Welcome everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation of the Township of Portland on February 28th, 2024. And I will start with roll call. Councillor Goyda.
Present.
Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Hurst. I'm here, obviously. Next, we have the moment of reflection. That will begin now. All right, that concludes our moment of reflection. Ms. Whitefox, you have a confirmation of the agenda, please.
The council approves the February 28th, 2024 agenda and addendum as circulated, and the council approves the addition to the agenda as follows. Consent item 6.1.8, questions received from council, seeking additional information and the corresponding responses provided by staff.
We'll get a mover for that, please. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Spoulos, any questions or comments? All in favor? That's carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest today. Seeing none. Now we're gonna go right into our delegations. We're a few minutes early, but I believe it's shared towers.
Straight Tower, we have two folks online joining virtually as well, Mr. Chair.
Oh, excellent. You guys can come down and join us at the seats, please.
Close and personal.
So let's get those members that were online. And then we'll begin. No, can't shut the door yet. The open session.
It's an open session, the door stays open, gotcha.
For the most part, unless we had a sign, I guess you could put a sign on it. Are you leading the presentation?
I am,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
We're ready? Okay.
Okay,
Great. Thanks for your
great.
patience.
Well, thank you very much for having me this morning. My name is Cheyenne Zierler. I'm the Senior Planning Manager with Shared Tower, and I'm here to speak with you today about the telecommunication tower that's referenced in report ADM 2024-012. So firstly, we're here today to request a deferral on this proposal because public consultation has not been completed. And it would be extremely unreasonable not only to rush this process before the decision has been made, but also before public consultation has been concluded. ISED rules are very clear in regards to consultation needing to be concluded before voting on this matter at council. And due to postal issues that were beyond our control, including the township providing an incorrect address in at least one instance, there are certain residents who have not received the public information materials as part of public consultation. And we must be given the opportunity not only to provide those materials to the members of the public, but also be able to engage in discussions with them on the proposal. To deprive us of this opportunity essentially would be to deprive us of our right to due process. So secondly, it's worth taking the opportunity to highlight some of the serious inaccuracies that were provided in the staff's report. Most importantly, indicating that we did not explore the Signum co-location opportunity at the township office. We've in fact discussed this matter at great lengths on multiple occasions. We've even requested information from staff in regards to the opportunity, and information hasn't been provided to date. So it's simply not true that we haven't explored this or investigated this option, and the report must reflect that and be corrected. At this point, we're making the request for a deferral on the following basis. One, consultation not being completed. There are numerous residents that reached out after the commenting period was completed to indicate that they had not received the information package. We went above and beyond our typical protocol in regards to notifying residents. We used an abundance of caution given the history of this application, and we sent those packages by registered mail. Now, this isn't a requirement under ISED rules. However, Canada Post indicates that there are at least 6 that are showing as not being delivered, whether they were unclaimed or still in transit. So these postal issues are beyond our control. However, we did submit the request to staff to defer the application so that we could fix these issues. As a result, the public feels that consultation has not been completed, and so we cannot move forward with the process until that portion is complete. Next, our right to due process. This process seems to be matching some of the same patterns that we experienced last time when going through the process with CRINS. And we can only assume it to be in bad faith or keeping information from us or the public in regards to the other tower that we've requested. We're truly struggling to see the logic behind moving forward to make a decision when the consultation portion hasn't been completed, when that's the exact issue that arose from CRINS dealing with the consultation process. It wasn't completed, so we need to make sure that that portion is complete. It appears that it's being deliberately rushed rather than allowing for a proper time to rectify the situation and address some of those concerns that were received from residents after the fact, and truly complete consultations that we can move forward, as well as be allotted the information that we requested on the other tower. Lastly, there are significant inaccuracies in the report. The notion that we didn't explore, consult, or investigate any co-location opportunities is simply false. We had quite a few discussions in great length with Ms. Hoytfox over email during our meeting at the beginning of January, as well as information provided in the justification report. There have been numerous attempts on our part to request information on the other tower, and despite what has been provided in the report, we were only provided with a response on this request on Monday, only 2 days before this meeting, stating that if we wanted that information, we would have to submit a disclosure of information request, which typically takes 5 days. Essentially, we need that information if we're going to move forward. The recommendation in this report is based on the other tower, so having access to that information to explore the finality of that option is essential. Residents have also stated that they do not recall receiving any consultation materials regarding that tower, and they were unaware that the tower at the township office is much taller than the proposed tower that we had put forward, which is of equal concern if consultation was not completed properly for that tower as well. Through emails, phone calls, as well as our meeting in November with the residents, we did address their concerns and move the tower. However, that is not stated in the reports. We've also not been provided with an opportunity to address any of the concerns outlined by staff in the report, and the concerns outlined by staff in the report were not provided to us in order to address them. So at this time, we believe it would be premature to move forward with a decision when consultation has not been completed, and we would appreciate the opportunity not only to address the concerns outlined by staff, but also be provided with the opportunity to receive the information that we had requested. So for the reasons that I've outlined today, we're respectfully requesting a deferral on this proposal without prejudice so that these matters can be looked after. Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else who wants to discuss this from your team?
Not sure, Neil or Dan.
Maybe we should do a quick round.
Sorry, guys, can I just add a comment here? This is Daniel Gibbons from Shared Tower. I'd just like to reiterate Cheyenne's comments, specifically with the entire reason we're here in the first place is because of the difficulties of the previous consultation process. So we find it frankly quite shocking that we look to kind of shortcut the consultation process again, particularly when residents have done 2 things. They've communicated to us that like some of their concerns after the consultation period closed, and we haven't had the full opportunity to respond to those comments because the consultation period had already closed. And they've also expressed, I think many of them have expressed like doubts that any consultation was done for the Signum Tower, and many of them have said that they never received any notification of this tower site. And as Cheyenne mentioned, they were shocked that it was 60, I believe, 60 meters in height compared to the 35 meters in height of our tower. So I think what we're struggling to understand is the logic of not giving us the opportunity to actually engage with staff to respond to staff's concerns addressed in the report. As Cheyenne mentioned, there's many inaccuracies in the report. We could easily have spent time working with staff to resolve those inaccuracies and to provide our response as to how we have resolved the concerns that staff would still have. And similarly with the public, we just need that opportunity to conclude consultation. I think, none of the residents obviously are, I think it's fair to say that many residents are unhappy with the concept of a tower going up in the first place. But in our meetings with them, where we spent some time at the township offices meeting with the area residents, the compromise that we've outlined of moving the tower to an alternate spot slightly to the east of the original location seemed to satisfy their concerns, and they felt like it was a good compromise. And that's not reflected at all in the report. There's no mention of the fact that the tower's been moved, and no mention of that being solving one of the main issues that the residents had previously, which was the proximity of that tower to the immediate neighbor's property line and to his residence. So again, that's really just reiterating what Cheyenne said, but that's our position on this matter, and we think it would be very unreasonable not to grant a deferral under these circumstances.
Right, could I just have each of you state your position at the company, please?
Yes.
Let's get posted to YouTube, and if residents go to watch, it'd be nice for them to know, what Daniel's position was and who he represents and all that good stuff.
Absolutely. My name is Cheyenne Zierler. I'm the Senior Planning Manager at Shared Tower. Dan and Nilu.
I'm Daniel Gibbons, President and CEO of Shared Tower.
Good morning. I'm Nilu Neshat, General Counsel and Head of Real Estate.
Thank you. So I'm not sure, Neela, if you had anything you wanted to add?
No, I'll reserve any comments for reply if necessary.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your delegation. So first thing I want to speak to is the insinuation of bad faith. That is not the case from anyone at this table, council or staff or anybody working in this building. I don't appreciate those accusations. So bad faith. I'm actually gonna back up. So I believe this is our second tower this council, there was new members here, but we had one, Jessica and I first came on. That was our first dealing with a cell tower. And that's when we became aware of CRINS and utilized them as third party. That's not working out. So I would like to know your company's experience in putting up towers. Is Shared Tower a new company? Are they very familiar with the ISED rules and the process? So have you worked through this process with other municipalities?
Absolutely.
I can answer that question, Cheyenne, if you like. So Shared Tower, I personally have been in the business of getting towers leased and approved since 2009. Shared Tower has been around as a corporation since 2021. Previously, I was the founder and owner of Shared Network Canada, which was a similar company to Shared Tower. We developed and owned communication towers. We would absolutely be the most active and the largest developer of communication tower assets in the Canadian market today. And we have extensive experience working not just in Ontario municipalities, but municipalities across Canada. So we're very familiar with the ISED protocol and with municipalities have their own protocol. And we've dealt with CRINS in numerous municipalities in Ontario and frankly had very similar experiences with CRINS we've had in Puslinch. And we certainly recognize that the township, couldn't control necessarily CRINS actions, but I think we are trying to complete a consultation process here that reflects our experience of what the consultation process should be. The CRINS process absolutely wasn't what it should be, and the purpose of the new consultation was to resolve all those issues, to cross all the T's and to dot all the I's. So based on our extensive experience of knowing how consultation works, how the public is supposed to engage with this, how we should respond to the public, and how we should be able to respond to staff concerns, we would definitely say that the process to date following the CRINS process has not met the requirements that we would see from ISED or from municipalities who have their own telecommunications tower protocol.
When it comes to concurrence and non-concurrence, is that the same form that is provided by the municipality, and there's something that you see regularly? So today, if we give concurrence, it's just a letter stating concurrence, and vice versa. If it's a non-concurrence letter, these are letters that you're familiar with, and they're fairly standardized.
They do vary. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry,
Ryan.
Cheyenne, you go ahead. You're the municipal expert, so I'll let you answer that.
Thanks, Dan. They do vary from municipality to municipality. What's important to recognize that the letter of concurrence outlines that we've followed the protocol and that we've done our due diligence in terms of the consultation. Then that is provided to ISED, the regulatory body, with the rest of the application in order for us to move forward with the proposal, essentially. Non-concurrence would be indicating that we didn't follow the protocol, we didn't complete consultation, and thus we can't really move forward with the proposal itself.
So Dan, back to your comments. You said from the 2000s, if you had to put a number on it, I mean, how many of these processes have you gone through with municipalities? For us, I'm only expecting more now as population pressures increase around Whistler being in the middle of these large urban centers, and likely a desire for more cell reception. So would you be able to put a number to how many of these processes you've gone through?
It would be in the hundreds for sure, yeah. And actually, just to follow up on that comment about there being more of these applications, we also absolutely recognize that for smaller municipalities, historically there have been very few of these applications. So you might expect to get one every 3 or 4 years, and typically those sites would be rural sites that would be, you know, on the edge of the populated areas and generally not controversial. But certainly as these wireless networks have evolved, and as we go to, you know, from 4G to 5G, the need to put these tower sites much closer to the population, to the addressable population, has just increased dramatically. So we are seeing a lot more of these scenarios where you're having, you know, what typically would have been a site that you would place in a suburban or an urban area going in the center of a smaller rural community. And that's absolutely and I think as an industry, I think we would acknowledge that we perhaps haven't done the best job of explaining why that's needed to municipal stakeholders and to the public, and we're trying to do that as we. So I think one thing we find very, very unfortunate about the experience with CRINS is that really puts everyone on the back foot and makes everyone feel like, you know, this is something new that they haven't experienced before, and it hasn't been dealt with in a way that they would expect, you know, and gives them the opportunity to air their comments and their views. So that's what we're trying to correct here. But I think you're correct in your assumption that you would expect to see more of these applications in the coming years. Absolutely, yeah.
You know, we've moved away from CRINS representing us, and there's obvious reasons for that. When did you become aware of, so you mentioned the other tower in your delegation, but you didn't specifically mention it until the end component, which is the tower that's proposed behind us. When did your company become aware of that tower potential? I just, because it's not there, it's not actually there.
So we certainly were not made aware of it by CRINS at any point in the process. So we did not become aware of it until after we had commenced the construction of the tower foundation for the existing tower site. And we just, in retrospect, it just seems extremely strange that CRINS, who apparently handled the public consultation for that tower, wouldn't have mentioned it to us and would have accepted our application without even commenting on that tower. So we haven't had the opportunity to address the relevance of that tower until the second consultation phase that we've gone through.
Did the township become aware of the construction of the base of the shared tower?
I'd have to go back and look in my notes, but I believe it was the end of 2022.
And what year are we in now?
We're in 2024.
So the statement that the township only notified you 5 days ago of the tower behind our township office might be inaccurate.
Sorry, that's not what I said.
That was not the statement that was made. So the statement that was made was that we weren't given the opportunity to, so the staff report says that we didn't consider or provide any justification for not utilizing the tower behind the township. And we're commenting on the inaccuracy of that statement, not on the extent to which we were aware of the existence of that tower application and approval.
The process that you went through with us for this tower, is that atypical of how you deal with municipalities? That's what we can expect in the future for future applications?
In terms of steps of submitting an application?
Just the whole process, holistic.
So we would find it very unusual not to have staff give us their comments. Typically, we would get comments from the public, and those comments might be supportive or objections to the tower, and they might deal with various land use considerations. But we would also expect to receive comments from staff at the municipality, and those comments, and have an opportunity to address those comments. So I think it's fair to say that we haven't received any formal comments from the township at all about this application. No one has sent us correspondence saying, we have concerns about X, Y, or Z regarding the tower. Could you please address those concerns? Ordinarily, when we engage with the municipality, we would deal with either a member of the planning staff or planning services or building and development or other staff members who would give us their own comments in addition to the public consultation that we receive.
I was more focusing on the challenges with the mail out, relying on Canada Post. Maybe if you've done so many towers that hand delivering notices would be more advantageous. We had that challenge with Cringe and respectfully requested to start the process over, which you agreed to. I think that's my understanding. And we definitely appreciate that. But in general, it's been a very challenging file for both sides. And my reasoning for that questioning is because it would be very disappointing if another tower were to follow a very similar process. Because you brought up the bad faith component, I'm going to speak to this. Well, there was communication that stated if we didn't do X, you would do Y. And, you know, it threatened litigation. And to me, and this is not a question, so I will not be permitting a response, but, and this is again going back to the process. I think that borders on extortion, because when you put that, it's generally understood through municipality, we have roads. We don't maintain our roads well, we could be litigated. We understand those things. But to put those in writing to say, if you don't provide your concurrence report or concurrence, you're going to be litigated. I think that's bordering on, well, it's A, bad faith. So since you brought it up, I'm bringing it up. I think that's bordering on extortion, because it puts the council members here, you know, that puts it to the forefront. So,
Mr. Mayor, respectfully, I'd like to.
You're not permitted to speak on it. It's not a question to you.
I'm permitted to address a comment of extortion.
So, I'm not permitting you to speak. So,
okay,
for the
noted
next
on the record.
More, I would find it very disappointing to see that type of communication to the township. We're all well aware that any action we do here, we could be held liable, it could be open to lawsuits. We're very familiar with that. So, unless council has any members any questions for the delegates, I'm going to have Ms. White Fox read the resolution. I'll suppose.
Yes, did you contact Signum Tower directly?
Dan or Nilu, you might be best to speak on that.
He's muted.
Dan or Nilu, are you able to speak on that in regards to the Signum Tower?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Did you contact Signum Tower directly? See if there's an opportunity to co-share?
Well, respectfully, sir, there is no tower available right now for us to co-locate on. Typically, in our experience, when we explore co-location opportunity, we would do it in the context of an actual tower being developed.
Thank you. Contact, I got my answer. Second question, did you look at the opportunity of putting a tower in the community center area?
23 Brock Road.
Yes or no? I don't need any more elaborate details.
Is that for you?
I can certainly speak on it. I don't know Nilu and Dan because they were in
Go ahead.
conversations with municipalities earlier due to the proximity and the distance of the network requirements for the carriers. I do not believe so, no.
Good, thank you. All questions?
If I can just add a comment here on the Signum Tower, I would appreciate the opportunity to do that. I think it's significant that these, as you guys mentioned, the Signum Tower has been an opportunity that's existed since 2021, I believe. And despite that, no wireless carrier has agreed to co-locate on that tower. In the case of our tower, we have a license.
Sorry, Daniel. Counselor Goyda had a question.
I don't really have a question, it's more of a comment. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think sort of to echo your comment, this has definitely been a challenging application. And I mean, I can speak for myself. I am definitely supportive of increasing connectivity in our township, increasing cell reception, increasing internet. But for me, this is a piece of infrastructure that is going to be there for a long time, and it's important for our community and our council to know for sure, 100%, that this is the best location. And I think that it was made, at least I understand that it was made fairly clear throughout the process that in order for us to make an informed decision, that we needed to have an exhaustive search of all properties in the area of where a tower could go. And throughout multiple pieces of correspondence, that question was posed over and over again. And the response that continued to come forward was outlining, I think, 3 or 4 other properties that weren't ideal because of various reasons, which is fine. All of those properties are sort of on this, what would be the northwest corner of Brock and 34. But there has been no correspondence at all, been any mention of any properties that are, I guess, what east of 34 or south of, sorry, whatever my directions are. Yes. So I guess, given the amount of public concern about this site, it's really disappointing to me that there has been no talk about any other sites, whether it be the Signum, where the Signum Tower could go, but any of the other properties. There's been no discussion about any of that. There's been no coverage maps given. So as far as, I mean, right now we're taking your word for it, that that's where it has to go for coverage, but there's been no evidence to demonstrate that. So it is very difficult for this council to say, yes, we concur, this is the best location, when we really haven't been provided the information to say so. The other thing that I want to mention is right now there's this indication that the public hasn't been adequately informed, but we have confirmation on February the 13th that said all but 2 of the mailouts were received. And the 2 mailouts that weren't received have addresses in Guelph and Waterloo. So there's some inconsistencies in what's being said about who received what. And that I'm having a hard time reconciling that. And I just, again, would like to echo the mayor's comments about the bad faith thing. Threatening us to make concurrence or else, to me, that's not in the spirit of being a good corporate citizen, and that's not in the spirit of good public consultation. So that's not a question, but those are my sentiments on the matter.
Thank you, Councilor Goyda. You don't have to add anything, just.
No, I was gonna echo, so Councilor Goyda took a lot of the words out of my mouth. I didn't feel like we had mapping to show the need for the area. There's no mapping to show what options were, other properties. I'm seeing lots of green spaces in area that's not near any residents in that circle. And wondering why it needs to be directly where it's are. We're representing our residents, and they've been saying they don't want it where it is, so I'd like to see what other options are. I also was gonna mention the two addresses that don't seem to be near Post Lunch. So there were some inconsistencies there as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a resolution, Ms. McFox?
Yes, the council receives the delegation by shared tower representatives regarding item 9.4.1, report PD 2024-001, regarding the telecommunication tower proposal for information.
And we are going to deal with the report immediately following.
Yes,
the
that's how it's
delegation.
listed on the agenda. Yeah.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Goyda, Councillor Spillis. All in favor? Carried. Thank you for your presentation.
I'd just like to add, we did submit a delegation, so I am afforded an opportunity to speak by May I speak? We did submit a delegation. I'd like to make a final. Okay, there's no need to mute me.
Bring everybody back to the attending.
Yeah. Report. Yes. Whenever you're ready. Yep, no, you have all time in the world, please. We'll be waiting on you.
So, Mr. Chair, there is a recommended resolution within the report that I am happy to read.
Do that, yeah.
Okay, and then I do believe that I received information from one of our members on a friendly amendment to that resolution, so whenever you'd like to, however you'd like to deal with that.
I'd like you to do your presentation, and at the end, then you can say the amendment.
Oh, sure, yep. So, through you, Mr. Chair, this report is in relation to a telecommunication tower proposal within the township at a site near the corner of Brock and 34. So the report in front of council today outlines the process that was undertaken, as well as some of the challenges and concerns that staff have with this application, and highlights in the various schedules the comments received by the public in association with the application process and the tower location. And I'm happy to answer any specific questions that council has.
Okay, well then we'll have you read the resolution. Because that has to go on the table first, and then the amendment will have to be proposed, right?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So that report PD 2024-001 regarding the telecommunication tower proposal by Shared Tower Incorporated at the site location, concession 7, rear part lot 20, municipally known as 7426 Wellington Road 34, be received. Whereas the public has expressed significant objection to the initial and alternate proposed tower locations, and whereas the township is not satisfied that the proponent Shared Tower Incorporated has adequately investigated co-locating opportunities and or alternative site locations, including a location approximately 300 meters to the southwest with an approved site that received little community objection. Therefore, that the township does not support the proposed tower location and authorizes the release of the non-concurrence report to Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada regarding the proposed 35-meter Shared Tower Incorporated monopole. And that council directs staff to include the results of the consultation process in the letter of non-concurrence to ISED. And that given that the construction of the concrete pad commenced without municipal concurrence or consultation, that council directs staff to inform ISED and request that the site be decommissioned and restored.
All right, I need a mover for that, I believe. Councillor Spillis, second by Councillor Bailey, and then comments. I think Councillor Spillis has an amendment proposed, though technically Councillor Goyda here to go first, so you're good. Councillor Spillis?
Yes, I have a friendly amendment on the second whereas. There is, after the words, a community objection add and another location approximately 300 meters south at the Township Community Center. So I think it's important to highlight to ISED that there are several opportunities that were not explored as part of this process. And the fact that there is already an approved site for Signum Tower should have a lot of bearing with the ICE.
He moved it and second that amendment?
Yep.
Okay, any comments or concerns on that amendment? We need to vote on the amendment first.
No, that's okay. I've incorporated that into the motion on the table. It's sort of just a minor amendment.
It's on the floor as this recommendation right now.
And I don't know if this is the right time to say it, but the delegate did ask for a deferral for today's report. So I feel like council.
Are you moving them? Well, this is the recommendation that's on, so if you want to speak, because you don't want to support this recommendation and you want to defer, now's the time.
Well, I think the delegate brought up, the delegate brought up the issue that there's, hasn't been a lot of time to respond to the report that's been put down. Councillor Gordon and I have both brought up that there's no mapping for any co-location. Councillor Sepoulis just brought up that there's another location that hasn't been considered. So there's a lot of sort of questions still out there. And perhaps providing Shared Tower the opportunity to respond gives ample time for us to have all our more research and we can make a more accurate decision.
Okay. Also, as an addition to the amendment, is there any appetite to give direction to staff to provide, is it ISED? Some feedback on this process that we've encountered for this tower. I want to be delicate because of the challenges we have with CRINS. I would want to inform our experience with CRINS for future municipality, or at least ISED, because if there's so much weight put on ISED, I think ISED needs to know our experience just so they can ensure that the process was followed properly. So, but I need staff to have that discretion on how to report on that process without causing, litigation concerns or all that good stuff. So I wonder if council would be entertaining adding the component of staff to report on this process to ISED. Councillor Troida, does that make sense how I said it?
So through Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification, less around the process with CRINS. Staff has already sent a letter to ISED around our experience with CRINS and let them know that they're no longer the township's agent. So for clarification, is it the process in general around this tower proposal and less around our experience with CRINS?
Sorry, for clarification. Councillor Troida?
I'm not opposed to that. I would maybe just ask staff. We now have a protocol in place, or a policy in place. I'm not exactly sure the wording. Do you think that adequately addresses some of the challenges that we've experienced through this particular?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think that the adoption of that policy will assist the township, given that we are not looking to use the default protocols going forward. So I think that certainly does assist in a lot of the issues that arose through this consultation process, and particularly with the amendment to that policy that council will be considering later in the meeting. However, there still may be some benefit to sharing our experience with ISED on sort of the challenges that a small rural municipality encounters with these types of applications. Yeah.
Yes, I'm supportive of that. Perhaps we can amend the clause that says include the results, add something, include the process leading to the results.
How would you want to word that?
Yeah,
Does that cover it well?
Mhm.
Okay. Councillor Bailey, comments on the other amendment?
I'm okay with that. Yep, directing staff.
Okay, so this is on the table, so I'm gonna call a vote on this. And
I don't know if she's making a motion.
I don't know if she's making a motion either, but if, my advice is if you want a deferral, then just vote this down. So
No,
what- So if you want a deferral, then don't support this recommendation. And then we'd have to give a deferral, so, okay. All in favor? Okay, so that's carried. One opposed, but it's not a recorded vote. All right, good. Okay. All right, what's our next item? I believe we're going to Wellington County for our,
Yes.
oh,
Yeah.
so, Bill, welcome. No, stay put. We had a little discussion prior to your arrival.
Okay.
We thought there'd be a lot of value in, you seeing the presentation from Wellington County before your delegation, because it might answer some of your questions, may, give you more. So if you're okay with that, we're just gonna let, Christina and James present and then bring you down for your delegation.
Oh, sure.
Does that work?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
You don't have to stay. You can.
How long is it gonna
Not
take?
you.
Oh.
You can do it. So James, are you gonna lead this one again?
I can, yeah.
And you just wanna let me know when that's it.
Sure, yeah, sounds good. Good stuff. Okay. Thanks for having me today. My name is James Backelbeck. I'm an economic development officer with the County of Wellington. I'm here with my fearless leader, Christina Mann. She's the manager of economic development with the County of Wellington. The purpose of this presentation is to show you some findings and information that we gathered through doing an assessment of the downtowns of Morriston and Aberfoyle. To set the stage a bit, we have had previous meetings with Councillor Zapoulis and Mayor Seeley, and then County Councillor Ballmer, as well as township staff. Through those meetings, this was before our findings, but through those meetings, there was interest in business engagement. I think there was mention that there used to be business visitations that the township participated in, often hosted by MP Lloyd Longfield. Traffic was identified as a key issue throughout the township. There's a desire to make Aberfoyle feel like a hamlet and not a drive-through. And this is needed for revitalization efforts. There's a recognition that the east side of Brock Road is not well developed and there might be some opportunity there in the future. There was mention that GRCA lands are a big draw to Plisson Township and could be further leveraged. And then there was also a desire for us to speak to the larger industrial companies in the township. And then just to note that this presentation will not include that aspect. We did not speak to industrial companies yet. This is just focusing on the downtown businesses and the downtowns of Morriston and Aberfoyle. Go to the next slide, Cody.
Oh, sorry about that. 1 second.
I'd say that doesn't.
She'll zoom in.
Just one- very bump it out there.
Perfect. So the slide says defining downtown Aberfoyle. I just wanted to note that this is not us coming in and saying that this is your specific downtown. This is just what we consider to be the downtown for the purpose of our study. So when we're talking about, like, we'll get into some assets and opportunities and challenges a little bit later in the presentation. This is the area that we're talking about when we talk about those things. So for Aberfoyle, we considered it to be the sign at the health building, the chiropractic sign near the Mingo Family Tree Health Team, and then all the way down to the roundabout past Aberfoyle Power Sports. Next slide. And then for Morriston, we considered it to be from Picard's to just past the Great Wall. It's that kind of core commercial area that you often drive through if you're on your way to Guelph from Hamilton, or if you're going from Guelph down to the 401. Slide. So we did complete a business mix analysis for each of the downtowns. And we actually had this completed by our colleague Dominic, and he went further than just the downtowns and completed the business mix analysis for that entire Highway 6 corridor. So this can can be made available to township staff. It's just populated on Google, and we tried to categorize the businesses into common industries. Next slide. So we'll start with Aberfoyle and the business mix analysis. Aberfoyle had a pretty okay business mix analysis. It's actually in pretty good shape. It's a larger downtown, and we'll get into the sort of challenge of that in a little bit, but we'll start with the business mix analysis. So for accommodation and food services, we found that there was 3 businesses. There was the Aberfoyle Mill, which was the restaurant. There was a caterer, which was Castle Lake Catering. And then there was the Aberfoyle Farmers Market. For the retail trade, there was 5 businesses that we found. So there was the 2 furniture stores, which is it's Aberfoyle it's the Accents for Living, and it's the Midhaven Furniture. And then there was the Aberfoyle Antique Market, and then there was Wren's Pet Depot, and then there was the Aberfoyle Power Sports location. For professional services, we found 1 business, which was WMC Technical Systems. For healthcare and social assistance businesses, we found 3. That was the Mango Tree Family Health Team, Evolve Counseling, and then the Aberfoyle Chiropractic and Wellness business. For the information and cultural industries, we found 1, which is the Aberfoyle Library. And then for other services, we found 2 mechanics, the 1 spa, and then the one dog trainer in downtown Aberfoyle. So for Morriston, we found 3 accommodation and food services, and all 3 were restaurants. So that was the Great Wall, the Bistro Réunion, and the Change of Pace, which is now, I believe, Rise and Shine. For retail and trade, we found 4 businesses. We found Penwood Furniture. We had 1 nuts and snack store, which was Picard's. 1 cannabis shop, which I believe is now closed, but at the time of this study, it was open still. And then we found 1 hunting and fishing store, which was Badenoch Archery, or Badenoch, sorry. And then for professional services, we found 2 businesses. That was the 2 vet clinics in downtown Morriston. And then we found 1 healthcare and social assistance, which was the Morriston Medical Building. And then for other services, we found 1 barbershop, which was Folklore. We found 1 construction company, which was North American Construction. We found 1 education service, which was Scientists in School. And then 1 mechanic, which was Online Outworks. So this slide I don't know how many of you know of Roger Brooks, but I'll give a quick overview. Roger Brooks is a sort of North American specialist on revitalizing downtowns, making your downtown an active and exciting place to be. He gives sort of a general recommended business mix for your downtowns. And it's 10 places that sell food. These are coffee shops or bistros, places to grab a drink, or a bakery, for example. 10 destination retail shops. These are sort of your galleries or collectibles, bookstores, even your cigar stores he lists there. And then 10 places open after 6 p.m. So these are sort of your entertainment centers, your bars and your specialty shops, places that are open a little bit later. So next slide, please, Courtney. We took the Roger Brooks recommendation, and we compared how the township's downtowns are performing. So in terms of 10 places that sell food, we found 5. There was the 4 restaurants. There was the Aberfoyle Mill in Aberfoyle, and then there was the 3 in Morriston, which again were the Great Wall, the Reunion, and now Rise and Shine. For the destination retail shops, we found 7. There was 5 in Aberfoyle, which was the Antique Market, the Power Sports, Wren's Pet Depot, Midhaven Furniture, and Accents for Living. And then Picard's and Penwood Furniture as well. And in that category, there's the 2 in Morriston. Just a note that we excluded cannabis shops and vape shops here. This category really, it's focusing on places that people are going to come to your downtown to see. We just considered that cannabis shops and vape shops and those types of businesses, those are places that people are going to out of convenience. They're not coming to Morriston specifically for those, Morriston or Aberfoyle specifically for those shops. I guess unless it's a really good shop, but in general, that's not what they're there for, and that's not the crowd that they're attracting. And then for places open after 6 p.m., we only found 3 places that were open after 6 p.m. in Woodlands. And that was the 3 restaurants, which is the Great Wall, Aberfoyle Mill, and Bistro Rianyan. I believe Rise and Shine might now also be open past 6 p.m., so it would be 4 now. Quick note here that there's quite a few retail experiences in Twistinch that are only open once a week, but that are also really good assets to build around. So the antique market is maybe the most obvious one for Aberfoyle. You know, this is bringing in a huge crowd to Aberfoyle every single weekend. It is only open 1 day a week. But any kind of business that you can draw those crowds into, there's an opportunity to build off of having that crowd in your locations. So definitely wanted to note that it's an important asset. The next slide. We get into our walkthrough findings now. And actually for this section, if anyone has questions along the slide, because there's a bit of information that's included that I'll speak to, feel free to jump in and ask a question. But for this slide, I just wanted to note that the picture there, it shows downtown Morrison. I quite like the photo because you see a giant transport truck going through, which is kind of indicative to the pedestrian experience you have in Morrison. But I also like it because if you ignore that transport truck, it's quite a pretty downtown. Like that's a pretty good facade that you're seeing coming in, and it's a quaint, it's a cute downtown. It's nice to be in. So you get a little bit of everything with that photo. Just another Roger Brooks slide here. Again, this is one of his big recommendations, and it's to make your downtowns come to life after work and on weekends. Building off of that recommended business healthy mix, you know, he says these are the types of businesses that you need in your downtown to sort of make it come alive. And he lists restaurants and eateries, shops and boutiques, music and street performers is the big one for him. Pedestrian friendly and intimate settings, blade signs for downtown street front businesses. Those are the ones that are sort of perpendicular to the sidewalk that kind of stretch out from the business. He's a big proponent of those. And he also mentions that those signs should describe what the business is selling, not just the business name. So, for example, if you're going to a restaurant, instead of the sign saying the name of the restaurant, I would say Italian food here or something probably a bit more elegant. But one quick note on this slide is one of the challenges is noisy traffic. So it does make it hard for Twistinch to achieve this sort of recommendation from Roger Brooks. But there is some pretty key pieces that can be leveraged. You know, you have the Twistinch Community Center, you have the library, and the community space. They're all great pieces for downtown Aberfoyle. And if you go to the next slide, we'll start to get into that a little bit more. So these are the assets that we found for downtown Aberfoyle, starting with the Aberfoyle Mill. It's a gorgeous building. You know, it's stunning as you're driving by. It's hard to miss. And then also it's a big draw. I think I've told this story to a couple people already, but I like to tell a story. My cousin lives in Waterloo. We meet every Wednesday night for Survivor Night, which starts tonight. Anyways, one night he came over and he said, "Have you guys ever heard of this restaurant? It's just outside of Guelph. It's called Aberfoyle Mill." And I guess he doesn't really know what I do for a living, but I said, "Yes, actually I have, and I've been there." And he said it was fantastic food. We drove from Waterloo. We had a great night. And then when they got there, they didn't even know that they had the murder mystery dinner. So they're already hoping to come back one day. But just a story, just an anecdote to show you that you know, it is a draw to a community. People are traveling out of town to check out this restaurant in Aberfoyle. And that's a huge asset to leverage. Moving on to the community center and the library. I think I already mentioned this, but again, huge assets. Places that people can come to and congregate. And there's even that parkette next to the library where you can grab a book and maybe go read and spend some time in the downtown. The antique furniture store has a beautiful facade. This is Midhaven that I'm speaking about. You know, it's just off of the downtown too, so you kind of escape that traffic feeling a little bit. It's only open once a week, but it's pretty unique store. The Aberfoyle Chiropractic sign, which kind of sounds funny, but it really is a good sign. Like if you're traveling into Aberfoyle from Guelph and going down Brock Road, you see the sign and you don't really, like it says chiropractic wellness underneath, but you don't even really see that when you're driving. You just see Aberfoyle in big letters, and it's almost like a welcome to Aberfoyle sign. So that's an asset because it tells people where they are and that they're entering this community. The Village Diner, which is now closed, could be an asset in the future. It's a great location.
Somebody's renovating it right now, so.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, we're seeing some work going on there, hopefully legally.
Yeah.
But they put a new side, sorry to interrupt, but siding up, and so maybe something's coming back there, which would be great.
Awesome. Yeah, it's a fantastic location. Again, if you think of your downtown, it's like, how can each of these pieces fit together? Having a restaurant right across from the community center and the library, like people are already gonna be spending time in your downtown there. Why not have a spot to grab a bite to eat or, grab a drink or whatever else could be that's coming in. The GO Transit stop is another big one for Aberfoyle. Actually, I think there's two, which is great. When I put it into Google Maps, it told me it would take me about 30 minutes to get to downtown Aberfoyle from our office in downtown Guelph. And through the weekdays, that comes every 30 minutes. So every 30 minutes it comes, and it takes you 30 minutes to get here. Which is really good. Like on top of having coverage through the Ridewell service, you also now have some transit opportunities through GO to attract people to your downtown. Oh, and then I already mentioned the Village Diner, so we can go to the next slide. Some challenges that we found with the Aberfoyle downtown, traffic was the most obvious one. It's 4 lanes through the downtown, which is a big challenge. The road is fast. It feels like a pass through. I think when we were doing our walkthrough, the speed limit we noticed at 50, but I'm not sure we saw a single car going that speed limit. And because of that, there isn't really, it's hard to build that downtown feeling. Because it does sort of feel like you're just passing through. It's not obvious that you're in a spot where there's downtown and there's life. And then again, for that lack of downtown feel, there is sort of low business density. That's what I was kind of mentioning earlier. Aberfoyle's downtown is a bit larger than Morrison's, and there's less density of commercial businesses throughout. So it doesn't, when you pass through Morrison, you see that commercial on the left side or on the west side, I guess I should say. And you're in a downtown, but when you're in Aberfoyle, it's a bit more spacious than that. So again, that just contributes to a lack of downtown feel. And then there's lots of residential mixed throughout. So, it's a fast road, and then there's also residential that again contributes to it sort of feeling like a bit of a pass through. Walkability was a bit of a challenge, in part due to the traffic, but also in part due to the sidewalk. There was a sidewalk. I think we crossed the road to the east side, across from the community center, and then we walked all the way down to the Aberfoyle Mill restaurant. And the sidewalk got pretty narrow down towards the mill. It almost sort of felt like a curve at one point. And then again, the traffic's going by so quickly, that kind of contributes to a lack of safety feeling. So the pedestrian and the walkability was a bit of a challenge in Aberfoyle.
James, can I interject?
Yeah, please.
Sorry. That component of the sidewalk where you're talking that it narrows, is that the boulevard of the road, or is that the original sidewalk that's just a legacy sidewalk? Because what I'm worried about is you referring to a portion of the road that's actually not a sidewalk. So I don't want to call it a sidewalk.
Sure, yeah, fair enough. I think if I'm putting myself in the pedestrian's shoes, it wasn't like an obvious divide, right? Like I was walking down a
So
sidewalk.
where were you? Were you south of the mill going towards the roundabout, or were you actually on that original part of the sidewalk in front of the pond of the mill?
The latter,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but thank you for the clarification. Landscape and property maintenance was another challenge that we found. I included a photo on the slide there as an example. This is a catering business. It's difficult to see their sign. And if you're a driver, you definitely don't see it at all. So again, it's just, it contributes to not having that downtown feel. Like if you're driving by, you don't understand that that's a business. It almost looks like a house that's, just maybe not as diligent on keeping their property as clean, but it is a business and it should be recognized as that. The dilapidated properties was another observation that we made. Specifically, there was the one right across from the market. I think it looks like the roof's sinking in a little bit. Yeah. So this is all just getting back to that downtown feel, and then it does kind of feel industrial. And just I want to make a distinction here. It doesn't feel industrial in the actual downtown of Aberfoyle, But leading up into it, especially if you're coming from the 401, it does, like you're passing through that area where Maple Leaf Foods is and the Go station. It's very industrial, and then you get to the roundabout and you see a big blue Triton sign, and then we'll continue through that roundabout into the downtown. But so everything leading up into that downtown, you feel like you're just sort of in an industrial area. And then there's not really a super obvious divide between that industrial area into the downtown. So some opportunities for Aberfoyle that we recognized. There's a really unique and special presence of antique markets and stores in Aberfoyle. There's the antique market, of course, and then there's the Midhaven Furniture and the Accents for Living that sort of have an antique feeling to them as well. Just maybe an opportunity to leverage that more and do a bit of storytelling there. Like that's pretty unique to Aberfoyle. It's not super obvious unless you're, you know, an attendee of the Aberfoyle Antique Market. But building that cluster and sort of leveraging that cluster might be an opportunity to consider. The hydro poles available on parts of the east side of the road. We saw these, but we didn't see any banners. Again, banners is just a suggestion. Maybe build a brand for Aberfoyle. Have that, you know, when you're a driver, you see those banners and you say, oh, now I'm in downtown Aberfoyle. Maybe hopefully they slow down, but you just want to build that brand. You want to build an identity for Aberfoyle that you can build off of. Downtown community signage as you enter or exit Aberfoyle was another opportunity. So you have the chiropractic sign on the north end. There wasn't a specific Aberfoyle sign on the south end. Again, maybe just something to consider for drivers if you have a sign that says welcome to downtown Aberfoyle or something else. Just building that brand and building that identity that this is the downtown area. And then the sidewalk infrastructure to improve walkability was another opportunity. So for Morrison assets, Morrison was in a really good spot for density of food and retail businesses, especially given its size. Like it's a relatively small downtown in comparison to Aberfoyle and some of our other downtowns that we see, but has a really good mix of density. So you have restaurants, you have we have Rise and Shine, you have Bistro Union, you have Great Wall, and then we have the Picard's Peanuts as well, which is a big draw. I grew up in London. There's a Picard's there. It's just outside of London. And like, it's not uncommon for people just to drive across the city and get to Picard's in London. And I think it's the same here. It's, Picard's does have a name that draws people to it. There's the furniture shop for retail. And then there's the barber shop as well, which has an awesome sign, and it also serves coffee. So you can grab a coffee in your downtown as well. So again, that's a really good mix of sort of the pieces of the downtown that, make it a healthy business mix and that you want to build off of. We thought that Morrison had pretty good walkability. Sidewalk infrastructure was pretty good. The only challenge again was the traffic, but other than the noisy traffic, it was a good walking experience. The Pusslinch Corner Block Park was really lovely. We weren't actually that familiar with it before a walkthrough, but discovered it, and it's a really nice spot to sort of relax. You get a bit of relief from the traffic. It's a good spot where you could, grab a coffee at the barbershop and then walk down and hang out in the park. And again, you're just sort of encouraging people to stay in your downtown and be a part of that community, which is an asset. The Morrison facades are in really, really good shape. Even the vet clinic looks great. The Bistro Union did their CIP with both the county and the township, and it's a fantastic facade. And then the Morrison Medical Center around the corner was also a CIP project through the township and the county, and it's a stunning building. So I also managed the CIP program at the county level, and I can honestly say that Pusslinch's facades have some of the best return on investment that we've seen. So they're in really good shape. It does have a distinct downtown feel as you're passing through. Again, this is largely due to the commercial density there, and as well as the larger sidewalks. You do know that when you're traveling through Morrison that you're in the downtown, in a downtown area, which is good. The topography around the downtown is gorgeous. When you're traveling into Morrison through the south, you have like these beautiful agricultural properties specifically thinking Wagyu World, has an awesome, you know, storefronts and their property is stunning. So, you know, again, that's just like, it's a nice entrance, right? Like you're driving through these country roads that are really, really nice, and then you enter a downtown that's also quaint and nice. And it just helps build that feeling that you're in a nice community and a good downtown. We had lots of parking. We found lots of parking behind the downtown. Parking really wasn't an issue when we turned left at the lights or the right at the lights, depending if you're coming from the north to the south. There's tons of parking there, and it was easy to find a parking spot, and that wasn't an issue, which is a good asset because when you want to attract people into your downtown, they need somewhere to put their cars. The heritage plaques around the buildings were awesome, we thought. You know, it's a good storytelling piece. It shows how old timey this downtown is. It again encourages people to spend time in the downtown and go to those different storefronts and read those plaques and understand how long, you know, that infrastructure has been here. The Folklore Blade sign I've mentioned a couple times, again, just recognizing it as an asset. This is sort of exactly what Roger Brooks says when he talks about blade signs, is one that stands out. And it tells you what the business is. I think Forklifts actually does say business, like a business name, not just barbershop or something, but overall it's pretty good, and it looks pretty, right? Like it looks like it fits the downtown and it's not cumbersome. It's a good asset. Bistro Yunnan is already it's a relatively new business to the downtown, but it's already a focal point. Fantastic facade, great spot to grab a meal. The patio back is amazing. Yeah, it's already a focal point. I tried to book there for a Valentine's Day reservation and I couldn't get in. So it's busy too. And then the last asset I'll list is Little King Goods. And this is not actually downtown specific, but this is a man that sort of went viral on the internet a few years ago. He makes custom leather goods out of his basement, but he does advertise that he is from Morrison, Ontario on both his YouTube and his website. You know, he's 530,000 subscribers and he's got Morrison, Ontario right there in his bios. So just an asset because this is someone that is, you know, putting Morrison on the map, so to speak, and has that following. So for the Morrison challenges, traffic noise and congestion was a challenge, of course. It was difficult to have a conversation when we were walking through the downtown of Morrison. It's also difficult to window shop, difficult to get for businesses to get innovative with patios, because you're probably not going to build a patio where you can't really have a conversation. So yeah, traffic is of course a challenge. For connecting both sides of the street, there was only the one place to cross the road, which was the lights. You know, it's in the large downtown, so it's, you know, it wasn't the end of the world, but it does just sort of create a bit of a lack of connection feeling between the two sides of the roads. The lack of patio spaces, the Bistro Inn had I think the only one that we saw, and then it's hard to build others, but you know, patios really do bring a downtown to life, so just we recognized it as a challenge there. And then Picard's is not well connected for pedestrians. You certainly can walk there through the downtown, but I think the sidewalk ends at the end of that sort of plaza where Penwood is. And then you can access Picard's, but you sort of walk along the side of the road and then go up through the driveway. It doesn't feel like it's totally inviting to a pedestrian that way. And it's such a draw to the downtown that we recognize that as a challenge. We also recognize that the township is a commuter community, and that can be challenging for downtowns. I pulled some stats. Unfortunately, we can't drill it down quite far enough into the specific downtown, so this is township wide. But almost 30% of your population travels 30 minutes or more for commuting. So almost 30% likely going to the GTA, Kitchener-Waterloo, Milton for work. 30% is traveling 15 to 29 minutes for work. So that's likely well for Cambridge. 22% was traveling less than 15 minutes. So that's within your sort of township. And then 16% was not commuting at all. So we assume either not working or working from home. So having that community, again, it just sort of it's a challenge for a downtown because it's hard to, you know, you want people to come to your downtown because they want to grab a bite to eat, but if they've just driven for 30 minutes or more, then they might just want to stay home that night kind of thing.
What number would you like to see?
Good question. There's no Roger Brooks for me to fall back on there, but I think in general, like you want people close by, right? Like people close by are who's going to drive your downtown. Less than 30 minutes is probably best. So I'm thinking specifically for that sort of evening crowd after work, you know, after 6 p.m. If I'm driving, you know, an hour into Toronto or more, or you know, 30 minutes to an hour, I'm probably not going to go out and grab a drink after. I'm just going to spend the time that I have with my kids. So, you know, you'd want to bring it down. It's not something I think that you can actively do, not right away anyways. It's not a short-term solution. But I think it's just important to include it in this slide as a challenge because it puts, you know, gives some context to the challenges that we found with Morriston. The last challenge that we found was the lack of boutique retail shops. You know, you have Penwood, which is a fun store to browse through. There's not really any of the like galleries or antique stores that Aberfoyle had. Not anything that you can be walking by and then see something in the window and say, oh, that looks kind of cool, and then go into the store and then check it out. And again, you just want to have those shops to encourage people to stay in your downtown, explore your downtown, and then that makes your downtown come to life. So for the Morriston opportunities, we listed banners here as well. Again, we're just getting back to that creating a downtown feel rather than a pass through. Morriston had a pretty good downtown feel. It could be even better with maybe some banners that build a brand around Morriston. An entry sign similar to Aberfoyle, something that says welcome to Morriston as you're coming through, or welcome to downtown Morriston even. Recognizing it can be tricky because I believe the road coming into Morriston from the south and from the north is an MTO road. So there'd be some applications that would be needed, but something to consider moving forward. The Morriston bypass is a huge opportunity for Morriston. You know, that would really help with the traffic issues quite a bit. Unfortunately, the last I checked, there was no timeline for the next phase of that bypass, but assuming it does get built, it's something that can really be leveraged, and it's a big opportunity in building that more of a quaint feel for that downtown, something that you're not just annoyed that you're stuck in traffic through, but something that you go and spend time in and check out. And then blade signs at the buildings. Again, modeling folklore sign, it's a good example. And then taking it even a step further to do what Roger Brooks recommends and describe what's in the business, not just the business name. Building that really helps build that pedestrian friendly community. And then maybe the CIP can be leveraged for something like that too. So for next steps, we have a downtown marketing campaign as part of a RED grant at the county level. We were approved for a RED grant. I'll actually kind of pair these two next points. So the photo assets and the downtown marketing campaign kind of go together. Most of the photos that you've seen in the presentation today and that were included in the presentation were part of that RED grant as well. So we hired a professional photographer to go into all of our downtowns across the county and take professional photography. The one on the slide is of the Morriston Medical Building. It's an awesome photo. It's such a stunning building. And these photo assets will be made available to the township. And then we'll be building out a marketing campaign for each of the downtowns with those photos. So we'll be working with staff on that. And then, you know, just something that says like, did you know this about Morriston? Or come check out Morriston that has all these XYZ great opportunities and for Aberfoyle too. The township event was something, just an idea. When we did this presentation to the Guelph Hermosa Township, they liked the idea of having a township event to explain some next steps, explain who we are, what we're doing at the county level. We'll be coming into your downtown Surveyor visitations, business retention and expansion visitations. So we'll be interviewing your businesses, asking them why they like doing business here, asking them if they recommend doing business here, asking them for some feedback on opportunities moving forward, that type of thing. And so Guelph Hermosa wanted to do a business event to introduce that work. It doesn't have to be done. It's just something that was recommended by a different municipality, so we include it in the slide here. We're happy to come in and talk to the businesses without something that formal, but just again, just wanted to include it as an option. And then, yeah, so the BRD visitations are hopefully going to start in the spring. And we'll be coming into the downtowns and giving people a heads up. And then the next slide, Courtney. Yorktown Rising is, they don't call themselves consultants, but that's pretty much what they do. Like, it's two people, Leslie and Greg. They come into downtowns and they focus really on grassroots and how you can build a downtown from the business community up. So it's not coming in and saying like, we're a municipality, this is where we're gonna put up banners, we're gonna try and do this. It's coming in and saying, who is your business community and how do we activate them and how do we get them to do things right away? And with limited budgets too. So Leslie has been a small town retailer for 20 years. She owns and operates a toy store in Blue Mountain Village. Greg is a journalist turned entrepreneur with a love for storytelling. Between the two of them, they make a pretty good team. We had a success story in Minto where they had these two come through, and they come highly recommended by the economic development representative in Minto. Yeah, I think it's just something to consider. We have some money through the Red Grant to support the township in this, if that's the direction that they want to take. And Leslie and Greg have agreed to dates in April as well, should the township want to proceed. Anything to add on that you're trying to mention?
No, that's great. It's again, it's a recommendation or an option that we want to put forward. And if the township is agreeable, then we'd be happy to facilitate that process, pay for it too, and be available. I think the dates we put forward were early April.
All right. Okay, so what do you need from us today?
Through your chair, I think we're looking for some feedback in terms of what we presented, but also some directions in terms of next steps. Our understanding was that business visitations are desired, and there's certainly an opportunity for either staff or representative to participate in those. But we're prepared to go ahead and start with those as soon as likely lines up similar to the timeline for Yorktown Rising, if that's a desired next step. Yeah, and then just to see if you have any questions or if you agree with bringing in Leslie and Greg and do a bit of a community assessment and working with the business community, but I also understand it's more than just business community. It's also the community champions, community leaders that might be involved in shaping their downtown areas, including artists and individuals from the heritage groups.
So as we go around, I just ask council members to indicate their support of the Yorktown Rising component, because that's the one we definitely need an answer on. It sounds like whether it be co-pay or you pay, if you're paying, we're good. That one's the easy one, but that way you'll have an answer on that, and then I guess we'll just kind of collect everybody's ideas. I have a few here that'll be repetitive from our first meeting, but good for the other members of council to hear as well. So is there anything you wanted to add before I open up to council?
We do have some photos from the digital marketing campaign. Whenever you, Mr. Chair, want me to, I can share them on the screen, so council.
No, might as well.
Sure, yeah.
Comments may come up or.
Through your chair, these are just a small selection. They're very large photos and we want to give you the highest quality possible. So we'll be working with your clerk's office to transfer all of them. And again, they are completely free for you to use. We have been collecting permission from the individuals and from the business owners to share them with the township. So I think these are a couple photos from inside the mill. All very familiar. This was the furniture store in Aberfoyle. Mhm. It's a stunning facade and a beautiful, beautiful store.
I want there. Can you get rid of that? Yeah.
So the idea was to go to the different businesses and showcase kind of the diversity you have. I know for our communication, we always are lacking business photos, and I think that'd be really helpful for your plans at the township as well.
Yeah.
Another stunning facade. And this is Highway 124. Royal, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
nursery.
Royal City Nursery. Again, not from your downtown, but a significant business and a destination business, really. This, I think
Well,
the
that's
next photo, this was, yeah. You know where that is.
Very familiar.
Yeah. It's always been a stunning facade and a stunning business inside, but again, a very, very unique business in your community and a draw within the cycling community especially. And the county has invested in the development of 7 signature cycling routes that are going to be launched this summer. This is the only post-lunch stop on one of those routes. We don't have a route specifically for post-lunch, but this is a huge destination. Sorry, I think that's it. Yes. They were very large. That's all I could do. But just a little selection of what those photos will look like, and hopefully you'll find them helpful as well for your website and for your publications.
Thank you, Christina. All right, Councilor White.
Yeah, thank you. This is awesome information and great to see some, this kind of thing is being looked at. The Your Town Rising, initiative that you're speaking of sounds like it could be really, really helpful to us. I'm curious, I know we are looking to do these business, visitations or interviews kind of thing. If we go ahead with the Your Town Rising, which I don't know why we wouldn't, but would they then be doing those interviews to better understand what the needs and things are of businesses, or would it still be county staff doing that and then they do their work sort of separately?
They would go well together. Like, I think Leslie and Greg will come in and they'll talk to businesses. They're not gonna do as much of a formal interview process. They're coming to just identify who the core businesses are and try to activate them. Our staff are wanting to do a bit more of a deep dive.
Yeah.
So we've shared the questionnaire that we've developed with the township staff, and I think they're reviewing for comments and edits still, but we want to do a bit more of data collection and really understanding the businesses, and we also want to introduce ourselves to the businesses because
Right.
we're a resource for them as well. And we find that in some of our downtowns and some of our communities, we're not as well known as a team right now, and that's kind of the purpose of this work.
You talk about the Aberfoyle Antique Market being a really good asset and something that we could try and leverage. Do you know, does the market fit within the parameters of like CIP grant funding? Would they be able to apply for any of the grant funding through the CIP?
I believe they are in the corridor that's identified by the township CIP. Certainly at the county level, we would be able to look at funding for them as long as it's eligible under the township. Yeah.
Is there anything that you could suggest that we as the township could be doing to assist in that initiative of leveraging the draw that they bring in on Sundays?
So I think when we get our downtown marketing campaign, that's one that we'll want to include as a way to get the word out about it. In terms of like CIP and those types of incentives for businesses, we often find that they just don't know about them.
Yeah.
And getting out in front of them and introducing ourselves and telling them about it. Not just telling them about it once, but then
Yeah.
following up with them. It's money that's available to businesses to do projects that benefit the community, so.
Right.
We definitely want to spend that money and we want the businesses to know about it and access that funding too.
Is that something that you can be relaying to some of these businesses when you're out doing the visits?
Yeah, so the interviews or the survey, the questionnaire, or whatever you want to call it, they've been developed in a way that we're hoping to gather the information through conversation. We're hoping to not just go in and say, fill out the survey and answer question. We want to have a conversation with them, and there's these key points that we want to touch on. But I think CIP and just general, like, what projects are you planning as a business and how can we support that is going to be part of that conversation. And so if they are doing a project or they have plans to do a project, there will be that opportunity to say, have you heard of the township CIP and the county's invest well funding? You might be eligible for funding to do that project, especially if they're on sort of the fence about it, and we can sort of push them over that fence.
Yeah. You talked about banners on the, I'm guessing on the hydro pools to identify kind of give an identity. And also like welcome to downtown signs. I don't know how much something like that would cost, but it'd be a lot less than putting in a new sidewalk or something like that. Are those sort of things that we should be looking at doing sort of like right away? Or would you recommend that we sort of wait for this Your Town Rising, for whatever, for more information before we start looking at implementing some of those ideas?
Through your chair, yes, I would definitely wait to have the Your Town Rising assessment done, and then also understanding that the township may be looking at doing some further assessment in that area. I think when you go down the road for signage, it has to be well thought out, and it's an investment. So yes, I would recommend holding off with that until there's a little bit more research and budget.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Councilor Scholes?
Yes, just piggybacking on what Councilor Zoya said, Courtney, could you comment on the banners?
Certainly, through Mr. Chair, the township has purchased banners for the hydro poles through its rebranding signage initiative from a number of years ago. We did encounter some challenges with permitting on the hydro poles to have the signs installed. I do know that our Director of Public Works has been looking at the timing for the installation of those banners, and he may have more comments on what that timing looks like.
Mr. Fowler?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Ms. Hoyce Fox is correct. We are experiencing a lot of pushback and reluctance in having banners installed, both from the MTO and Hydro One. Unfortunately, because it is their infrastructure and what they claim as safety reasons, they are reluctant to add any type of banners, say through Morriston. There is a possibility that we could possibly talk to the county as in regards to Brock Road or through Aberfoyle to see if we could utilize the street lights along their right of way. But at this time, it's been quite challenging to get permission to install the banners, especially through Morriston.
On that, maybe one of our delegation requests for 24, either AMO or we can ask the MTO for delegation, talk to them about banners and or Hydro One as well, whichever one's more appropriate.
No, certainly, really appreciate the work done by county staff since we had the meeting almost a year ago. I remember that meeting, they sort of sat around the table, sort of brainstorm what are the good ideas. We sort of have ultimate goal of, Aberfoyle, 3 lanes type of thing, Boston community, pedestrian scale lights and all that sort of thing. And then we sort of said, okay, let's go down to see what we can get, as a quick win type of thing. And, you proposed to go and look at these, locations, both the Morriston and, Aberfoyle, and it came up with something that's really, really good. So, I really appreciate that. You know, I had residents comment that, Aberfoyle is a diamond in the rough, and I'm glad you saw that as well. And, I can see that, Morriston's, more polished diamond. So that's a good sign. So, the big key is walkability and, pedestrian friendliness type of thing, and, you sort of touched on some of the shortfalls, and hopefully we can start, getting a plan together to start addressing the shortfalls, short term and long term. To that end, Courtney, there's a study that you have, begged to undertake for both Morriston and Aberfoyle, so can you just describe a little bit about that?
So through Mr. Chair, staff are working in collaboration with the county support on submitting for grant funding. We think the timing is great that we could, if we are successful in the grant funding, we could look at putting together initiatives related to the outcomes of the Your Town Rising, the RNE interviews. So if we are successful in that grant funding, the next step would be to retain a consultant that would be able to come in and help us look at how to implement some of those, some of the findings of these various initiatives that we're taking place right now.
So, to the earlier comments made, I certainly support the business visitations and your town rising, endeavors, so I look forward to that. So the question, meeting with community leaders, is that part of, the, business, retention and BNRE study?
Through you, Chair, that would be part of the Your Town Rising idea, so we didn't really describe this, but the way an assessment works with them is that they spend a whole day in the community and spend a few hours in the afternoon to pull together a presentation that they then provide to a select group of stakeholders in the evening. So we would likely be meeting at the community center. I think our colleague Dominique is just liaising with staff to figure out when that is available. And then have an invited list of participants for that evening session. And part of it is for them to share their findings, similar to what we have done, but they have a different angle. And then they will convey some of those suggestions and work with that group to determine next steps.
So I'm gonna suggest that, one of the main community leaders in, Morriston is, Bill Knesh. I was wondering if you could invite him to there and he's willing to participate. Because, he really is a strong advocate of improving, Morriston, and, he alerted me to a study that was done back in, I guess, 2012 about, improving, Morriston. They did a lot of work, they had pedestrian scale lighting and landscape and all that good stuff. So I can see this being taking a back burner while you're focusing on this, but, certainly, would highly recommend. And his wife understands it.
Thank you. We had the pleasure to be working with Terry and Bill in the past, so I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Councilor Bailey?
Great, thank you. Just a couple questions. We've acknowledged Morriston, we've acknowledged Aberfoyle, and that's what the downtown cores are. But there are also a lot of different businesses in between. I don't know if they're a draw to our community, but how do those businesses, like an LCBO or outlet, you know, things like that, how do those businesses and the gas stations and the, you know, fast food joints and stuff fit in? Tim Hortons is huge, yeah, fit into kind of what our goals are for the downtown cores, because you can't kind of ignore those, but do they supplement or do they hinder? What's kind of the discussion around that?
Sure. I can take it too. I think it's important that we acknowledge that our communities have need for both the different type of developments. You're actually fortunate to have those, especially in the hospitality and in retail sector, have those other businesses, the chains in the community. That means that individuals looking for those kind of services aren't traveling as well, right? Aren't traveling up and down the 401. So I think that's wonderful, and they're valued businesses in your communities. For this project, we specifically focused on the downtowns. Downtowns play a very unique role within a community. They're almost like the heart of the community. So, and we do understand that they do need support, and this is not unique to Post Lunch. That's the same across the county. What's a little bit unique to Post Lunch is your geographical location. Being so close to a number of urban centers, and it just sort of, you know, a few kilometers away from Guelph, which has a lot of services and a lot of those facilities. So that is a little bit different. Other communities, if you look in northern Wellington County, their downtowns still serve as their commercial centers. So it's a unique situation for you. And I would say for business interviews too, we have to prioritize certainly, but it's not to say that we're not going to be talking to the businesses on the other side of the roundabout, south of the roundabout, right? But we will have to prioritize, and the Your Town Rising project will focus on your downtowns.
Okay, because you mentioned the gentleman that does the leather online. And it's funny, I was laughing because I just had coffee with his mother not long ago, and she told me about her son's business, and it started out like something little and it just exploded. So that's his thing now. But how do we also, like, photographers out of their homes, right? People that do the leather stuff out of their basement, how do we also kind of include them? They're not in our downtown, but they might be really important to economic development within the community. You know, how can we include them in maybe the project despite them not being downtown?
And I think James mentioned that through those business visits, we're hoping to, one, assess the situation the business is in and where they might need help, but also show them that we are a resource to facilitate a number of things, whether they're looking for financial support, whether the grants, funds, something like that, whether they're looking for business planning, business mentorship. We can provide all of that at the county, but we know who can. So it's that facilitator role that our office plays. In other municipalities, they have an economic development officer who has their ear to the ground, and they're often aware of those businesses that you just mentioned. At the county, we're learning about them. We have a very active business directory, and there's some great work being done on the township level with supporting businesses and creating a business directory. So I think they need to be part of that general outreach, and they certainly can be part of the business interview process. But I think knowing about them, making sure they know about the resources that are out there is key. And the more we can get them signed up to newsletters that we send out, the more you're aware of them and can connect them with us. That's how we get support them.
So it sounds like we'll be hoping through some of the engagement we're doing that they will come to us, but we're not going to actually reach out and go online and try to find some of these businesses.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we've done quite a bit of that sort of active, proactive outreach with our community guide, our Post Lunch profile features. So a lot of that's taken place, and we've built a good sort of contact directory as well, so we can utilize that through our different initiatives.
Make sure the leather guy's on there.
Yeah.
And then my other another thought was agritourism. So I know, I don't think it's very big in Post Lunch, but I know in Europe, it's a huge thing. The government's been subsidizing farm properties to provide tourism. You know, it's kind of this partnership that's happening. And I think in the county, there's something happening. Can you speak to kind of where that kind of is happening and how we might try to encourage that in Post Lunch?
Certainly, yes. So, the county is actually an excellent destination for agritourism and food tourism. And I'm not just saying that because that was my portfolio before. And I'm very passionate about it, but we have some fantastic destinations and you do have them in Puslinch too. It's interesting when we had this meeting, I believe we pointed out, Bray Ridge Alpaca Farm. And they're, a smaller operation that offer alpaca experiences, tour, alpaca yoga. They have a small store, they have an online store as well. And it might not look like a huge tourism operation, but they're bringing a lot of people to Puslinch, a lot of people, and they're coming from Toronto and they're coming from Hamilton and they're coming from London, from Kitchener. So, those are your, I call them concierge businesses, because once they're in a community, they usually, the tourists ask, like, where can I go and grab a bite to eat? What else is there to see? Where can I go for a walk, right? So we need to make sure to equip them with the information, to be able to recommend other destinations in Puslinch and in the area. Certainly the support for agritourism is there in a county level. We have quite a bit of experience with it. There are some challenges because you're introducing a new aspect on as part of an agricultural business, but generally, if it's related to their agricultural uses, then it's doable. It depends what it is, right? Yeah. If you're opening a big events venue, that's a bit of a different story than if you wanted to start offering tours of your operation.
Great. I hadn't thought of that business side, yeah. I think that's all. I did have a question just about the marketing campaign. Sort of, I think you mentioned in the thing, but how far does that reach? You know, like there could be someone sitting in, outside the GTA that's thinking, I'd love to relocate somewhere and start a business somewhere, but how do they kind of know? So how far is the campaign reaching and in what format?
So we're developing the campaign. We're starting actually in April to start develop that campaign. It will be a campaign to promote Wellington County's downtowns. So Puslinch and Aberfoyle and Morrison will be features as part of it as a destination to visit and to explore and to shop in. And the idea is to focus on what makes each of these destinations a little unique. Why do I want to go to Aberfoyle, or why do I want to go Morrison instead of Rockwood, instead of Erin, instead of Harrison? So it's more focusing on the collective saying, we have fantastic downtowns here and this is what you want to do. We do know that tourism is the front door to economic development. This is why people visit the region to start with.
Okay.
And then their eyes open and they realize what a beautiful spot we have, or you have, and that's often how investment ends up in a community.
Okay, that's all clear to me. Right, instead of trying to just say, hey, why don't you come and start a business here? Instead, come and visit it, and fall in love with it, and then great. Thanks very much. Great.
Great presentation 2.0. I sent you an email.
I
the link
saw,
of,
thank
the natural medicine, the new people, what's it called, Levi Halo Therapy or something. I just quick looked at it, so it's pretty interesting. That's the in Morrison there. So I have a laundry list here. Gonna bounce around a little bit, but I'd like staff, or at some point in this process, whether it's through that consultant coming in, and you've heard it already, but I'd like to hear back on the process and the costing of adding streetlights to all of the hydro poles in Morrison and Aberfoyle. And that's to increase the walkability and make it feel more welcoming, more so in the shoulder seasons in the fall and stuff, when the sun goes down early. In the summer, it's up till 9:30 at night, but I think that would definitely take away that sleepy hollow feeling when the sun starts to set. I'd also like staff to look into how much it would be to install a crosswalk in Aberfoyle. I'm gonna point to Lake Road. Now, Tamsin, this is a little abstract, getting comments from the gallery. So you're staying on topic, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
The crosswalks installed during the Lake Road construction, are they solar powered, do you know?
They are solar powered.
So thank you. I'd like staff to, I know costing on those because I've been been told a high level estimation on a traditional crosswalk and it's very expensive. So finding out if the solar powered one is more economical for us, because what I'm discussing is the sidewalks are on opposite sides of the road in Brock. And they dead end near the old blacksmith shop, the original snowmobile shop, so you can't really cross the road there, so. I'd like to hear back on that. Also like to hear back on a parking sign program for both. And my envision is those green signs. And it can't just be one, when you're driving, I don't know, I go to Toronto, I rely on those ones with the arrow to point you. So not just one that says the parking's here, because by the time they see that, they'll probably be past it. And costing for us on that, and I'm sure there's going to be some different jurisdictional challenges. For example, Morrison, Badna is a county road, right? So we'd be dealing with them, but then Highway 6 is the MTO's jurisdiction, so I think that process will be a little bit longer than we would like, so it'd be nice to get that started. Spoke to the sidewalk in Aberfoyle. It is narrow, but it functions. Mr. Ballard, do you have an estimation on how much it costs to replace per meter of sidewalk? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I Google mapped it. It looks to be about 175 meters, that narrow section. Yeah, we got a good deal on those. So.
To you, Mr. Chair, the current estimates I have, which probably are outdated now, but we're probably looking at about $80,000. It will be comparable to the sidewalk reconstruction previously that's already been done on Brock Road, so it's about the same distance approximately. I would say probably $100,000 would be a good starting point.
I'd like staff to keep that in mind. Maybe it could be put in the 10-year forecast or something that can be either punted down the road, for lack of a better term, because that's a significant budget impact, 100K, as we all know here. However, the mill recently sold. I don't know the plans for that property, if there's any redevelopment. If there is, then is there a possibility to ask the developer to upgrade that sidewalk, but just want that on staff's radar. Industrial look coming north of 401. Ms. White Fox and I have had several conversations around some prime vacant land there that's industrial. And my question would be, do we have any ability to implement policies for growth around industrial to promote, or force what would be highest and best use of those lands versus say a pilot?
So through Mr. Chair, that area is included in our CETA study that council approved and is out for tender at the moment with the county. So part of the discussion with the county has been looking at prestige industrial zone in the township. So that can definitely be incorporated into that study to see the best areas that designation and zoning would apply.
Okay, so I'd be supportive of that, trying to.
The property that you're referring to?
I don't want to mention the specific ones we had conversations about, but just in general, anything facing Brock or a busy arterial road, my vision is just not a parking lot, maybe a nice light commercial, something for the facade to make it less industrial, more welcoming.
Something like Wren's. Something like Wren's.
Sure, please don't do that.
Sorry. But they did an excellent job of fitting in.
Please don't do that. Tamsin.
And through Mr. Chair, in addition, sort of outside of what we're looking at through the RCEDA study, the township also has an industrial overlay that's applied to properties that have frontage on an arterial road in the township. So there is, while it doesn't necessarily prohibit uses like a prestige industrial would, it does apply certain design standards.
Which we don't currently have in place.
We have the design standards in place through the overlay. But again, it doesn't prohibit the uses that we may not see in the prestigious industrial.
Leave with staff, I'm sure we'll come back fine. Banners, I think that's a great idea, and I know COVID kind of threw a wrench, we had those. My comment would be, I'd want them on a replacement cycle, captured either in the asset management plan or an increased budget line at some point, as they would look wonderful when they're new. After years of UV damage, they could look poor, so I want to make sure that we keep that fresh look. Staff can determine what that cycle would be. Can we contact MTO to have the shoulder paved between Picard's and Rise and Shine? Because that would help increase the walkability, and whether, I know we had a champion for some parking spaces that were maybe a little contentious, but they're working. And the MTO facilitated that, so maybe they'd be willing to facilitate the paving. If not, staff, if you get no, they don't want to do it, but we could do it, I'd like to hear that back, and some costing is likely cheaper than a sidewalk. Or maybe that's the alternative. If they won't pave it, we can put a little piece of sidewalk in there. I don't know. Do banners. I believe that's all I have.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm reminded of the discussion we had. We had a suggestion to do with homes in the floodplain to be renovated.
Yeah, what was that?
So, well, the concern was that once they're knocked down, they can't rebuild.
So that was mentioned, they mentioned the property in the report. I don't want, I guess, staff to be, cognizant of that property, because yes, if it's deemed unsafe, then it has to be torn down, and my understanding is it's in the floodplain that, it wouldn't be able to be replaced, so I guess our conversation was around supporting that.
Or trying to find some way of being able to renovate that, even if it means a knockdown, asking staff if there's some opportunity for looking at our bylaws to allow that to happen.
So I think you can take that as a takeaway, right?
Through Mr. Chair, I'm making a list of just some of the items you've been noting, and staff, this would likely be sort of more of an internal procedure working through those, not necessarily change to the zoning, but certainly I've noted that.
I find it troublesome in the township that we have what I would deem, it's my own personal opinion, is speculation purchases. So that property has been vacant since for a very long time. And what I feel we're encountering is properties are bought, they appreciate so much, and they just sell, and then nothing ever happens on them. So, oh, and the other one we talked about, yes, I may be getting a little sidetracked here. We want to get things in place to support owners to develop their lands, and one of them was the corner of Brock and 34 southwest corner has some sort of zoning, so staff would be approaching that property, the one we were just talking about, the house with the slanted roof. I don't know if there's a third one, but anyways, part of your BRNE or your outreach is asking these property owners what we can do. Maybe it is a micro review of zoning to grant more permissions. I don't know. But I'd like staff, I think that's what you're referring to, is take a look at those zoning permissions, and inside this corridor, you know, we can, I hate to say relax them, but find a more appropriate use that could support some growth, economic growth, which would be great. We do have that Puslinch sign at the roundabout, which is beautiful. It got smoked after it was like a week old, that car. That's how things happen in Puslinch. It's unbelievable. But anyways, that's, I mean, I don't know if there's intention of replicating that sign at Morrison entrance or up the road further. I know Mr. Fowler had discussions about moving it because it did get hit in a winter event by a car. Maybe that's something you can consider is purchasing more of those signs or relocating them to the entrances to the Morrison Everflow, but anyways, that's my battle. And I'm good with your town rising. I think that'll be an asset. So Any more clarity from?
So through Mr. Chair, just need the clarity, I missed the, we're contacting the MTO to request some shoulder paving, and I just didn't quite catch the location.
From the terminus of Cards driveway to the, the fancy term for beginning of.
Okay,
To the beginning of, the of the change of, former Change of Pace Plaza. Well, there's just some shoulder there that's just gravel. Maybe it would help with washouts, I don't know. It's pretty wide though. Pretty wide. Small. Members have anything they wanna clarification on my babble or?
No.
Alright,
you want me to?
sure.
I drafted, okay. The council received the presentation by the County of Wellington Economic Development staff regarding downtown Aberfoyle and Morriston from their October 23rd site visit. And the council endorses the Your Town Rising initiative in April 2024. And that council supports a business open house, so I took a few liberties just with the suggestion there to advertise the initiatives taking place in 2024 and alerting business owners of the upcoming BRE interviews. And the council recommend that William and Terry Nesh be included as key stakeholders for the Your Town Rising presentation. And that the following be considered throughout the various initiatives taking place over 2024, 2025. The feasibility for streetlights in Aberfoyle and Morriston. Feasibility and costing for solar panels at crosswalks.
No, a solar powered crosswalk.
Solar.
What I'm trying to get away from is how needing to dig infrastructure underground, run power wires to it, and that's super expensive.
Great. Okay, better directional signage for parking areas. Consider the addition of sidewalks in Aberfoyle in the township's budget forecast. Continue to investigate options for installing township banners. Yep.
Should we just say sidewalks for Aberfoyle and Morrison? Just let me catch both. Because if this MTO Boulevard thing doesn't work out, then maybe we put a little section in or something.
Okay, so we'll continue to investigate the options for installing the township banners. Contact the MTO to request that the shoulders be paved between Picard's driveway to the former Change of Pace location. And that consideration be given for redevelopment options for properties within the floodplain area in Aberfoyle. And that signage options for both Aberfoyle and Morriston be considered through the process.
So I don't believe I don't know the floodplain delineated boundary, but I don't feel the corner of Brock and 34 is in the floodplain. So I think I got on to that derelict house is in the floodplain. That's why it has so many restrictions on its growth. But then that reminded me of our conversation with the zoning component. So it's generally just underutilized lands in Morrison and Aberfoyle that may already have some commercial zoning along with the one house that's in the floodplain.
I'd like to know what commercial zoning is available that isn't being used.
Well, that's,
Yeah.
yes, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
So,
Even if it's vacant.
And through you, Mr. Chair, the Arceta study will capture a lot of that area. So the note that we have here is excellent because it won't just be applicable through the economic development lens, but we can look at it as we work through the Arceta study.
and then you move her and second for that, right? Councilor Goy, Councilor Spillis, you don't want me to have her reread all that, do you?
No.
No.
They mentioned GRCA lands at some point. Is there anything about adding potential GRCA lands for economic development purposes or? I don't know what GRCA land you were, referring to in your presentation, but that is a tourism draw as well.
So I think what the reference was, the one for sure is the bike paths down at the bottom of Lake Road. But there's other lands within the township that maybe aren't advertised, but they also, or you're going is there's challenges for parking. And I know we've asked Halton.
Yeah.
Similarly, that can you do some improvements on these lands to facilitate the use of them? I think staff could have those conversations with our CAs to see if there's anything on the horizon and maybe what's, not prohibiting, but the challenges with implementing, say, additional parking or kind of report back. Does that
Yeah,
cover? what
that'd be
you're
great.
looking
Yep. Our reps. Hope that.
So that was just an addition, was basically querying the CAs if there's any potential for increasing the draw to their lands and marking. Good?
Mhm.
Anything further? Any call the vote? All in favor? Okay, it's carried. Awesome, guys. I'm gonna have the delegation come down. I don't know if you want to stay for his part of the,
Through you, Chair, if it's a delegation related to a downtown, then
Yeah.
we probably should stay.
yeah, it's the, come on down, Bill and Terry, right?
Yeah.
Jonathan.
No,
Oh, that's just something wrong.
Training for the Olympics. Slow.
Yeah.
You gonna stay up there, Terry? Okay. Welcome, Bill. Sorry, we're just getting.
Oh,
Leave yours, delegation in regards to the Morrison Streetscape.
Yes, yes, so I have a prepared statement and we can go over it after. In regards to the banners that was just talked about, so. But thank you for your work, effort, and your perspective on our community. That's great, really, truly. Anyways,
All right,
I'm gonna read this.
go for it.
Bear with me. In March 2016, the people of Puslich were promised the start of the Morrison bypass in 2019 by the Ontario provincial government. It was a high priority infrastructure project for the province. In 2018, the elected majority Ontario Conservative Party downgraded the Morrison bypass. Other infrastructure projects like Highway 413 and the Bradford bypass became high priority above the now downgraded Morrison bypass. Therefore, no Morrison bypass for us. The Honorable Minister of Transportation came here to Morrison just under 2 years ago, standing in front of a huge sign stating future site of the Morrison bypass, saying her government is committed to building the bypass. That sign is still in storage somewhere and not installed on the highway. She was asked one question: could you give us all a starting and completion date? She answered by saying she could not, since there are many more studies to be completed. When and if these dates are ever given by the provincial government is anyone's guess. My personal opinion is this: in 2026, we will have another provincial election. All candidates from major provincial parties will once again sit behind the tables in the Aberfoyle Community Center, all probably promising and committing to building our bypass. Maybe they will even commit to a starting date and finishing date to build the bypass. If that happens, these dates are given and will be beyond 2026. It apparently will take another 10 years to finish and complete. This puts us around 2040 before we will see a completed bypass, if we're lucky. I will be referring to the Highway 6 Morrison Streetscape study that you all should have a copy of. The Morrison Highway Streetscape strategy was created to help mitigate traffic concerns and improve the pedestrian environment. This plan builds upon initiatives in Morrison that we were able to achieve, including larger speed signs, zebra striping of the main intersection of Highway 6 and Badenoch Street, and the community safety zone. We have already planted trees in front of North American Construction and across the road. See the appendix 6 in area number 5 of the study. We will now have to install the remaining items of the study. We need to install proper decorative lighting throughout the Morriston corridor that might reflect our historic village as shown in appendix number 6 of the study. Placing banners under the lights that might show our rich agricultural history, historical figures that settled and built up our community, upcoming events that take place in Puslage, et cetera, et cetera. Proper placements for the lights and banners are shown as red dots on the poles throughout the Morriston corridor in the study. Plant trees and shrubs in the 2 mediums in front of Rise and Shine restaurants, as shown in planning area number 4, instead of ugly black pavement covering. Planting trees and shrubs south of at the south end of Morriston, instead of looking at a discarded ditch. Refer to planning area number 2 and appendix number 3. All these items together will pay tribute and create beauty for the village of Morriston and the township of Puslage. To make the traveling public feel they are entering and driving through something special, and show them that we who live here are proud of our community. The Ontario Ministry of Transportation, Wellington County, and the Township of Puslage, working together, need to implement the remaining items listed in the Highway 6 Morrison Streetscape Study now. To create road calming measures and beautify this major gateway into the County of Wellington and the Township of Puslage. To protect the residents of Morriston and the over 25,000 vehicles per day forced through the busiest 2-lane highway in Ontario. We should all prioritize the installation of traffic lights on either Gore Road or Leslie Road to give drivers a chance to safely cross or merge onto Highway 6 South, which is vital to the safety for everyone. I received a letter from the MTO director, Franca Sacchetti, for West Operations on November 28th, 2023, stating, when the municipality is ready to proceed, and he's referring to the streetscape study, we are ready to work together. Well, I'm here saying we're ready to work right now. I'm urging the council not to delay, but to reach out to the County of Wellington and the Ministry of Transportation to all work together to prevent accidents and loss of lives on Highway 6000, which is referred to as the killer highway. We can all try to achieve this goal by installing the remaining items listed in the study and placing those stoplights south of the village of Morriston, because we will not see a completed bypass for a very long time. Thank you for your time on this important matter.
Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, let's go ahead.
Well, thank you for coming today. I'm sort of redirecting our attention to that Morriston streetscape study that was done. I think, if I'm not mistaken,
2014.
it was 2014, but
Yeah.
I do remember in, I think 2018, on Mayor
Yeah.
Dooley's and I's first term of council. I do remember looking at it, but I know that it hasn't been discussed, at least at this council since then, so,
It was deferred in that first year.
yeah. So, but thank you for redirecting our attention. to
Yeah,
it.
no, it's fine.
I feel the frustration with the promises of the bypass, and if I remember correctly, I think that's why we sort of put a pause on it, because we did think that there was going to be some movement happening on the bypass, and
Right.
here we sit all these years later and
Yeah.
it's still.
We should have construction 5 years in the making at this point.
So, I mean, I don't disagree that, given the circumstances and,
You know,
and
sorry.
No.
it's okay, but I can see how your outlook, we're looking at still a great deal of time. Best case scenario before that may come into place, so I don't disagree with implementing some of these items that were in that streetscape study sooner than later. Does the presentation that you heard just prior to yours does incorporate some of that? I don't know if that gives you some reassurance that
Absolutely.
that we are looking at these things now and hopefully we'll be implementing them. Aside from that, I just want to ask staff, as part of this work that will happen, sorry, I don't know if this is a question for you, Courtney, or the county staff, but with this new Yorktown Rising initiative, is it possible for them to incorporate the findings of this work that has already been done to sort of advise us on next steps?
Maybe I'll start. So through Mr. Chair, I think the right place to look at a lot of this work would be, if the township is successful with its grant funding, to retain a consultant to sort of look at how to implement the findings of both Yorktown Rising, the interviews with business owners, but then certainly this work has already been done. So it's very valuable for that process to incorporate those recommendations, particularly if we have the support of the MTO to implement them. So staff would recommend that the streetscape plan and study be provided to our consultant when that sort of undertaking takes place.
Next question is so as far as I've been on council, we've never gone through the process of adding traffic lights. If we were to look at putting traffic lights at either Gore Road or Leslie Road, what does that even look like? Like, how does that process even go? Especially given that's a MTO road.
So through Mr. Chair, I think the road authority is going to be the first question of who has the authority to install at those approaches of that intersection. Our Director of Public Works might have more information to share, may not. We don't have streetlights that are operated by the township under our jurisdiction. So I'm not sure if he has any information he can share with council about what the process looks like for not just the installation, particularly with different road authorities that need to be consulted, but also the maintenance obligations with streetlights.
Road justification.
To you, Mr. Chair, in regards to implementation, cost of construction, and then future maintenance, the main road authority, which would be the MTO, would be the primary responsibility of them. Very similar to the street, traffic lights in Morriston, all MTO controlled and synchronized. In regards, I mean, the township would obviously be involved in any discussions and possibly budgetary impacts if a set of traffic lights were installed at the Leslie Highway 6 intersection. In regards to the Gore Road intersection, that would be the authority of the city of Hamilton and the MTO. So the township's responsibility would fall if Leslie was the chosen spot.
So, I mean, I have no idea what the MTO's threshold is for something like that, or like their justification, or the cost, or if there's cost sharing. Is that reasonable? Is that something that staff it's reasonable to ask staff to perhaps report back on what that process looks like? And
So through you, Mr. Chair, it might be something that would be a good fit to work with a consultant on as we sort of look at holistically the downtown area. Particularly, we're incorporating the Morriston streetscaping plan. We'll be retaining a professional to help us with that work, so.
Interject. Why don't we, what's Robert's last name? Remember Robert that?
Oh, he's no longer-
I know he's not, but what's his last name?
Oh, I can't pronounce that, man.
Yeah, he's in charge of the bypass, or has something high level to do with it. I would suggest staff reach out to him directly and just ask for a high level comment on the implementation of a stoplight at Leslie and Gore and what the MTO would expect for a process.
I can send you the name if you want.
No, I have for this, because he would. That would be my suggestion. Then we can decide whether or not it's in the scope of the consultants or if it's simply a resolution of council asking for lights, you know what I mean? We'll know more our path if we reach out to that individual. I think that'd be a good starting point. Sorry.
okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're supposed to.
Oh, or sort of nominated you, but you're stuck now.
And Terry.
Yeah, no,
Okay, there's some more question for Mayor and, our CAO. Since the province is now delaying the Morrison bypass, sort of indefinitely, we can put all the pressure we want on them, but I doubt it's gonna happen very shortly. So my suggestion is, why don't we leverage what we want at Morrison, this thing, with whatever these guys come in and say, look, you're not gonna pay for this big thing, at least, pay for what the study's gonna develop. This. At least, show some, how should I say, remorse and not be able to, move with it by giving us something that, we need right now.
And I agree, I feel that, since the delay of the bypass, then maybe we need to have a lens on Leslie Road, Gore Road and say, fine, you're not building the bypass, this is not safe for our constituents to enter Highway 6 from these entrances, this is the minimum commitment we want from you, and I think that feeds into what you're.
Absolutely, the lights, whatever we want, the Morrison, pedestrian scale lighting.
The banners, the
banners,
permissions.
you know, whatever, the whole shoot match. Put that together, my suggestion, we wait for the consultant to complete this, analysis and then say, okay, this is what it is, but I think we should, grease the rails a little bit beforehand and say, look, guys, you guys aren't coming forward. We're gonna be doing a study to do something here in the interim, and we're gonna ask for your funding on this, because it's important to us to have a safe and livable environment for, residents of Puslinch and, those entering the Highway 6.
I will add, in our last meeting with MTO, I believe it was around the bypass, it could have been other topics. One of the statements I said to the MTO staff was, are you advocating for this bypass? Because I knew we were. And they all said yes, they want it because they're looking at the congestion of the off-ramp if you're heading east. And not to put words in their mouths, but the solution is a bypass, but they don't have the funding for the bypass. So they are struggling to figure out infrastructure improvements to deal with the boots on the ground issues. And when I said that statement to them, my opinion, I could see the frustration in them as well. So this is purely a political decision to not build it. It needs funding. So I just wanted you to know that I think the MTO staff are on our side. They are pushing from their end, we're pushing from our end. Unfortunately, it's just not, and I have one other comment I'll update.
So that's my take on it. So I'd like to suggest that as a motion that we sort of work to that effect, if the Morrison is not gonna come through. Our house not gonna come through Morrison bypass, at least get them to fund something that gives us the safety and the livability, walkability, I should say, in Morrison.
And you're still fine with, I just wanted staff to reach out to Robert, get his name. Gallica,
There, geez.
something. I just want to hear from him at a high level, the process we need to go through, because if it needs more studies that maybe we're not anticipating, maybe it's more than just a consultant. We can at least come back to council and say, hey, along with the consultant, we have to do a traffic study, or I don't know, who knows, right? Or maybe we'll get lucky and we'll say, just pass a resolution, but I like staff to at least reach out ahead of hiring the consultant if you're comfortable with that. Keep typing. Councilor Bailey?
I've got his name.
Oh, we'll have it there. What do you
So
have?
anyways, it's Becca Lareski, MTO. It's spelled BAKALARCZYK. So I couldn't remember.
All right, Councilor Bailey.
Couple comments, just, I do love the idea of trying to push MTO to help with some funding. Playing devil's advocate, you don't want them to say, well, now we've paid for all these small little upgrades, now the bypass isn't as important. You know, if we've added in a stoplight, if we've added in, you know, a few things that you've requested. So I think we just need to make, you know, kind of think that through, but I like the direction you're going. I think specifically a light at Leslie, now that we've paved concession 7, essentially that could be a bypass for folks coming north or south both ways, but then you turn at the light down concession 1, turn on to, and you can get up to the Hanlon and you're essentially bypassing,
That's great.
Morriston and Aberfoyle. So I like that idea. I would love to push for the light. When we asked MTO about the light at Telford Glen and what are we calling it?
Probably say so.
Highway 6 South in Morrison, it didn't qualify for the cross traffic numbers.
That's right.
So it qualified for the north-south, but it didn't qualify for the east-west. Now, Leslie, I don't know, but at least at concession 1, that would have the traffic that might up that numbers to.
That's
do
fine.
that. So anyway,
Let's hear from them again, right? And then now.
yep, so if we can ask for a study.
One thing that you can also address is the accident rate in that area,
Right.
because that's all noted.
Yeah, OPP would. have that.
OPP would have all of it. So that is my concern. Because, I'm just trying to, anyways, we've all been there.
Yeah.
But I think OPP would have those statistics.
The only other question, and maybe this is where the consultant will come in, but I think a lot of the quotes are from 2013 for some of the plantings and some of the things. And so I think a lot of that funding needs to be updated. Just a comment about that, but I feel like the timing is really great with this project here and your delegation, and I think we can kind of make some of this happen. Get some of these things checked off the list and beautify downtown.
Yeah.
Just because it was interesting comment about the banners, when I was talking, that was back in 2014, when the study basically was being completed. Both the planning department and I myself had meetings with MTO officials. And they were favorable with banners. They said, phone Hydro. I contacted Hydro. They were, okay, there was no real resistance. So maybe things have changed since then. But I think I don't know, if we present this study to the MTO and Hydro, and it's for the safety of our community, protect, the residents walking up and down the sidewalk, anyways.
Can you, that letter that you're stating that the director of MTO West
Yeah.
Essentially was saying that they're ready to go if we
Yeah.
are.
That's right.
Can you resend that to Ms. White Fox? Because we'll point to that.
Okay,
Obviously that there's financial implications.
Yeah.
We don't have a budget.
I
To just throw money at things. We have to plan for it. It's okay. But if they're ready to go, then let's hold them to that.
okay.
I think holistically, as part of, the economic development, the streetscaping, it's all gonna get looked at. We're going in the right direction. Maybe not the planting in that boulevard. I don't know what would live there with all the salt they pound on there. I don't know, but so are we gonna get it all implemented? Maybe not. But I think, you're hearing, our eyes are on it and we're going in the right direction. I hope that satisfies you slightly.
As far as the planting, that was highly researched. By the people that actually, planted trees, for instance, at the American Construction. The boulevards by Rise and Shine Restaurant, they already had that all figured out.
Okay, well, I think staff will look at it. I had a phone call to follow up with Robert. We had a delegation request, I think it was last Friday, maybe I'll call him. And we spoke about the bypass and, what he told me in that phone call is that they're nearing completion of the design part of it. And he expects that to be done sometime in 25. I asked him to narrow that down and he was a little hesitant because the consultant, it's in their hands, and if it's delayed, he'd hate to give a date and then pass that, but sounds like design will be done in 25, and then in layman's terms, what he said to me is all we need is the money. So I asked him to update us as soon as that design is complete and it comes down to the financing, so then we have one thing to hammer on. fund this thing. So at least that's moving. That was a good update, so
Yeah.
that's for council's information.
Well, it's good to
too.
know.
Yeah, Robert, again. That, I forget that meeting, who was all there, but there was a bunch of them. Robert especially, likely due to your persistence, is in our corner.
Oh, he's a great guy.
Yeah, he's, you know, so.
He's the guy.
Yeah, and his words to me were, James, do not let up on this, keep the pressure.
Oh, yeah.
on. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
That's
So,
right. And that's part of the reason I'm presenting this, because I do think, because it's Ontario Highway, provincial highway, MTO.
So
The
we're gonna,
province needs
we're,
to take responsibility.
we got a little balls in the air, but we're.
Yeah, no,
we're
no,
gonna-
it's all good.
We're on it, we're gonna,
Yeah.
doing our thing.
You know, we're, like I say, moving forward.
Yeah, and thank you for your time.
Yeah,
Presentation,
hey,
Bill, and the leniency to wait till after Christina and Jim were done their presentation.
Yeah, no, I really.
You know, we're
appreciate it.
friends.
I really appreciate that, what you guys have put together, you know, so
All right,
let's,
Thank you.
let's continue.
all right, take care of yourself.
Oh, yeah, one step at a time.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
The council received the delegation from Warren Kinesh, and the council directs staff to contact the MTO requesting information related to the process and costing for requesting traffic lights at an MTO township intersection within the township. And the council directs staff to send correspondence to the MTO outlining the various recommendations for the improvement of Aberfoyle and Morriston to ensure these areas are safe and livable places for the residents, traveling public, and the business community. And further, given that the Morriston bypass project is not being prioritized by the province, and there is no timeline associated with this project, that the township requests that the MTO provide funding to the township related to the implementation of the various township undertakings.
You move for that, please. Councilor Bailey, Councilor Spillis, last kick at the can, any revisions? All in favor? Carried. Excellent. Thank you for everyone sticking around for that presentation. Do we want to take a 5-minute break or no?
Break.
Yeah. Figure from there.
It's captured.
I'll just do a quick recap. We've accepted the agenda or consent agenda items excluding 6.1, 6.6, and 6.9. They're requested out by Councilor Bailey and Councilor Spoulis, and right now we're discussing the Heritage Advisory Committee minutes. Go ahead, Councilor Bailey.
Continue. So this time last year, we did a public information session, sort of for that first batch of properties. And I was just wondering if we're planning on doing another information session for this second batch. I've had a few conversations with folks, and I'm guessing that there's probably a lot of similar questions out there. So I'm just wondering what the plan is for that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, clerk staff are looking at public engagement opportunities related to the second round of designations, and that will include some sort of a public open house. We do have a presentation that was provided the first round, so we're looking at different opportunities to engage with this second round of properties.
Okay, that's great. Do we have a timeline? Do we know when we're?
So through Mr. Chair, we do have set timelines that are statutory, but we'll ensure to include, the opportunity for that openness.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for doing that.
Okay, and your next one is 6.6?
Yep, 6.6, so I'd like us to support the municipality of Powassan. I did submit a question regarding what staff thought about the, support for a province-wide public works, course that properly trains potential municipal public work employees, specifically relating to municipal heavy equipment. And then it sounded like, staff also thought, also training related to things like forestry techniques, welding, metal fabrication, heavy equipment mechanics and carpentry skills would also be something that would be beneficial to employees. So I'm just looking for support for that.
All right, did staff want to add any comments about, our training, or if this is a need, or, I mean, more training is always beneficial, obviously, but.
So through Mr. Chair, we did, staff did provide some responses to council in the addition to the agenda, which just outlined, as Councillor Bailey mentioned, some of the additional tasks that many public works departments are responsible for, but in particular, rural municipalities would encompass in their public works. And would be of benefit, as many of those skills are either obtained on the job, learning from other members of the team, or oftentimes these individuals have worked for the private sector and they come with those skills. So there really is not a lot of opportunity to provide those in a formal training sort of opportunity.
Comments, Councillor?
Yeah, I think that this, having some kind of course would be a great opportunity for a lot of people. So I would support that.
Yeah, I would support. I also have some questions, but they weren't as thorough as Councilor Bailey, and that's what she did. And I certainly would support any motion associated with supporting the Powassan.
No, I think staff might have a,
Well, I haven't said my comment.
oh,
yet.
sorry.
I would just want to ensure that finance is following the progress on developing this training, certification, whatever it may be, because we may have to increase our funding allotments to the public works staff for those certifications and those types of things. So what I don't want to happen is this to become available and then we don't have the money in place to send to people, and that'd be the hurdle. So just those two departments to work cohesively on it. So we'll receive, sorry, I didn't know if there'd be support. So do you want to, can we receive her first one at the same time, or?
That's fine.
Okay.
So the consent agenda items 6.1.6 and 6.6 listed for the February 28th, 2024 council meeting be received. And whereas the township recognizes that public works departments are responsible for a number of skilled tasks such as proper forestry techniques, welding and metal fabrication, heavy equipment mechanics, and general carpentry skills, that the township of West Lynch supports the resolution by the municipality of Powassan regarding the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors training. And in addition, it would be ideal to consider all aspects of public works departments when advocating for government-funded training opportunities.
Okay, moved by Councillor Bailey, second by Councillor Spillis. I have another comment now. If we're supporting centralized training or more certification trainings, then should we also be supporting staff looking for other opportunities until this becomes live? Because is this going to become a Morrison bypass that they work at it takes, forever to implement? If it were around the corner, that's a different story. So I would suggest that even if it's just a takeaway, you're hearing that council wants to support the training of our public works department. If you see other opportunities, please bring them forward and we can have that discussion. So I mean, not an amendment, but does that make sense?
Yeah.
Councillor, go ahead.
Just, sorry, one more question. Is the intent of this for already hired public works employees to attend, or is the intent of this course to be for what anyone to be able to take, so that there are more trained people that can then be hired by the public works department? I understood it more of the latter.
Oh,
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think they've highlighted both in that there's a lack of skilled staff that are sort of ready to be employed with those skills. So I think just in discussions with the Director of Public Works and we noted it in the question and answer piece to council that in addition to having the training available to staff that are already hired, given that there's a shortage of trained individuals, it would be beneficial for however the province, if it is government funded, lays that out in terms of availability, that we're being sort of forward thinking, that we are lacking these people in the industry.
Anything further? All in favor? All right, that's carried. Councilor Spillis, 6.9.
Yes, 6.9, the recent acts, there's at least 3 acts associated with this official plan that the county put forward, and we made comments some time ago on one aspect of it. And I asked county staff, are they providing a report to their planning department, to their planning committee rather? And they said they are. It's on March the 14th. And apparently the document will be publicly available on March the 8th. So my suggestion is that we bring this at the next council meeting, which is March the 20th. It's one day before the due date. And include our previous resolutions we made with respect to that. We want certain items included in the official plan. They took something out and we made comments on it and then forward to the province. I don't know if the planning department is going to be mentioning what was taken out or not, but in any case, we should be prepared to put it back, put our request back in again at that time. Wonder if the mayor has some exciting disposals.
Specifically to the hamlet designation, that has been removed entirely, even any mention of it in the latest iteration of the Get Her Done proposed legislation on the ERO. I would be supportive of, now I don't want to inundate the planning committee with all of our resolutions because I've received some criticism over that. I feel it'd be very advantageous that if it's the will of this council, and I'm supportive of this, if we want to, and I've been using my words carefully, reinstate the designation of the Puslinch Hamlet through the OPA 119, I would be very supportive of this council today, asking for that to go to the committee for the March 14th meeting. It's my understanding the report is generally completed. It's going through, I don't know what internal processes are here, but department heads review them and that thing, but generally the report is done, and it's my understanding that that is not part of the report. So the way the county works, you guys are well aware. To send it to the committee of a whole, nothing will change. Our opportunity to get that component of the hamlet designation put in is at the committee level on the 14th. So I would champion that at the planning committee meeting on the 14th. And I think that in regards to any other specifics, I just need a little more direction on if there was something else that was maybe pulled out that we were supportive of. My memory is failing here.
Yeah, no, I don't recall all of them, but that certainly is the key one. And I think, sure, I'd be glad to move a motion that request the mayor pursue putting back the Hamlet Puslinch back into the OPA 119 at the upcoming discussion at the county planning.
I think the resolution should be stated that Puslinch requests the county planning committee consider requesting the reinstatement of the hamlet of Puslinch, or how would you word that?
The council sent correspondence to the county planning committee requesting reinstatement of the historic hamlet of Puslinch as part of the OPA 119 reconsideration.
Oh, so it should be as part of their submission to ERO posting, whatever this most recent one is.
We needed to,
Get Her Done.
get it
Get
done.
it done.
No. I'm pretty sure it says Get Her Done.
Good done, Act.
Let me pull up the email.
It done.
I'll confirm for you. But so the goal is, isn't it awesome? The goal is to have the county, even though the province has said no. So I guess it should be two components. I feel we should pass a resolution that we either support the designation of Postage as a hamlet, and then the second resolution is we then send it to the county to ask them to request that designation. Does that make sense? Do we need those two things or? is it all-
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think when we report back on March 20th, that'll be council's opportunity to probably lay out what we want to advocate to the province for, but in advance is what I'm hearing is that you're wanting us to make sure that the county incorporates this into their report.
Or at least we're gonna ask them to incorporate it. They may not support it,
Right.
because they've been told by the province it's out, but that doesn't mean you can't ask. I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm trying to find the, email.
Committee meetings on the 14th.
The letter 6.9, Mr. Mayor.
I guess I get that would have been the easy way. Sorry. It is, you were right. Get it done.
Yeah, yep.
You're always right. I like get her done better. Sounds way more. So.
Okay, so Mayor, so I'll move the wording that our CEO has put forward.
As long as you're,
So through Mr. Chair, can I read what I've drafted just to
Sure.
make sure? The consent agenda item 6.9 listed for the February 28th council meeting be received. The council directs staff to provide the County Wellington planning report on this matter at the March 20th council agenda meeting, and that staff include the township's previous resolutions on this matter for Puslunch Council's consideration, and in order to submit comments to the province by the March 21st, 2024 deadline. And further, the council send correspondence to the County Planning Committee requesting the reinstatement of the historic hamlet of Puslunch as part of the county's submission to the province related to the proposed Get It Done Act.
that's important because we're asking the county to do that.
To
So we're-
request.
Yeah.
I think it's just the wording is a little bit weird when it says reinstate, as if it was like designated in the.
It was.
There was.
I'll give you the history. And
Okay.
so when did the Greenbelt come in? 2005-ish, somewhere in there. It was designated a hamlet. And through an OPA, historic OPA, that designation was removed with the intention of, when the bypass went in, it being reinstated. However, when the Liberals implemented the Greenbelt, nobody knew that the defined boundary of the Greenbelt was going to encompass part of Morrison and that hamlet. So if we had a crystal ball, they would have reinstated the designation ahead of the Greenbelt, but they didn't know it was coming. Greenbelt gets put on, now the hamlet loses its designation. So that's why that reinstate, because of the sensitivities right around the Greenbelt. We don't want to get a new hamlet. We're just identifying something that was there.
Okay, good.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I read it.
She read it.
This is being directed to.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, we will direct this to the county clerk requesting that it be included on the planning committee agenda.
On March 14th. They won't be happy because it's short notice, but
So was this.
yeah.
Not really, it's 2 weeks away.
I believe their agenda goes out the 8th.
So it's
So,
fine.
yeah.
Okay. It's just pushing against the grain. I'll get.
Hopefully get support at council.
It would appear they got an extra.
That gives me two kick. I think the county council meets after the deadline for comment. Ours is ahead of it, the 20th, but anyways. It's okay. All right, mover, Councilor Bailey, or Councilor Lewis, and seconder, Councilor Bailey. Any last comments? All in favor?
Great.
All right, that's
Good
carried.
job.
All right, now, my favorite topic. Believe we're on to 9.1. This is a Puslunch Fire report for the procurement of a pumper.
I was gonna check, we did have somebody, a representative from Canoe that was going to join us, and I do see her in the audience, so through you, Mr. Chair, if you'd like, it'll be our interim fire chief as well as Sarah Hubble from Canoe.
Absolutely, move them over. Maybe just ensure that you put a title under her name for anybody watching from home or later, even if it just says Canoe procurement or something, I don't know. Welcome, Sarah. Just trying to figure out your title as we post this to YouTube afterwards, and we've had inquiries in the past that if we don't have a title, people get confused. So I'd just like staff to add something under your name, if that's possible.
Sure. So it's Client Relations Manager
For Canoe.
for Canoe. Yes.
Thank you. Well, welcome, Chief Churchill. If your internet supports it, I'd love to see your face. There he is.
Morning, Mayor Sealy and council.
Who's leading this presentation? Are you Brad? Or Chief, sorry?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So looking at the report here, there's a number of recommendations that we're requesting from Puss Fire and Rescue Services. As outlined under the recommendations, we're hoping to have Mayor and Council support to move ahead for an award for the purchase of the replacement of Pump 31 truck. So I don't know if there's any further questions in terms of the report itself or what next steps would be, Mayor Sealy.
Can you give us a high level overview of the truck? Kind of, I've had some brief discussions about whether it's a Cadillac, whether it's a punch buggy, and then I'd like you to also discuss the discount component to awarding that or approving the pre-purchase. The support is pretty significant money, and someone, whether it's yourself or someone from finance, we're in a very volatile, inflationary environment right now, and the concerns around, waiting and how, that price could, go up. I get that that's an opinion, it's not a science, but, the potential for a higher cost for delaying the pre-approval.
Sure, absolutely. So the current Pump 31 truck's on a 20-year replacement cycle, which is due for 2025, and that's coming very quickly. The reality is that due to, I wouldn't say delays, I would say maybe delays in manufacturing, but it's going to be some backlog in terms of us getting a truck within that time. As the report states, I think because of the good work by our Puss Fire Rescue staff, they've been diligent with the maintenance and repair of that truck, that I think that we can go into the 21st year as long as there's no major malfunctions, it passes its annual pump test, and that there's no unexpected damage or anything like that. What we're looking at is a replacement, and so I'm recommending that for cost savings, efficiencies, that we're going to do a single award through Canoe and use a competitive bid, already completed competitive bid process to get a truck that we require that will have the specific or meet the specific needs of our community and our fire department. At the same time, leveraging that contract for some cost savings. So right now we're looking at across, I would say, like-sized municipalities or fire services, even for that matter. So not including career departments, that were between 1.1 and 1.2 million for a similar ask. And so using those comparators and then looking at the contract, which through Canoe, that lists all of the needs that we require, we're well within that environmental scan, I would call it. The other piece is, as Mayor Sealy explained, is by using the purchasing consortium. Right off the bat, there's a 5.5% discount off of the manufacturer's rate. And there's further savings specifically with the vendor that meets our needs of up to 10% further savings on top of that if we do a prepayment option. So although the ask is for 1.15, the reality would be if council also approves a prepayment, full prepayment in 2024, that extra 10% would come off of that total price, which would bring us very close to what other neighboring departments are paying for a lesser vehicle.
So if I can interject there just quickly, Chief, when you say a lesser vehicle, are you also referring to, and I feel like I read an article that neighboring municipality purchased a rescue truck, and it was in the neighborhood of $1 million, and for council's enlightenment here, a rescue truck, not to diminish its value, but is generally more a box with storage compartments. And a pumper has many more components, it's more, say, complicated, so you would expect the cost to be much higher due to these additional components involved. So to me, I agree with you. I think it's good value getting a pumper for around the same cost some are paying for a rescue. But I will then say, I mean, you got to compare apples to apples in the sense of like a rescue truck, you could deck it out like a Rolls Royce, or you could deck it out like a punch buggy too. But if that's kind of what we're seeing in our neighboring communities is around $1 million for a rescue truck, and for you to be able to get one for 1.5 minus all the discounts around 1.3, I think that's good work done by everyone. So I just, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, this was in reference to a pumper truck that was brought recently by Centre Wellington.
I read though also one neighbor municipality bought a rescue truck around the same.
My comments of staff with respect to that one pumper truck.
Sorry, I wasn't being critical of you. It's just, it is also incredible how much these trucks cost.
Absolutely.
And I went to Family Day and I look and I see a truck and I think that thing's worth $1.2 million. It's kind of like, whew. But it is what it is. Sorry to cut you off there, Chief. I'm not sure if you were done. I think I interjected when you were talking about the discounts.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Sealy. Right, so I would also like to, if I can, I'd like to have Sarah from Canoe also talk about a little bit about the, if we can, about Canoe, because this would be a new concept for Coast Fire Rescue in terms of procurement, and I think it's important that we're well versed on the Canoe procurement program, maybe briefly, as well as when we're talking about the, and I hate to call it or the wording of a single source. It is still a competitive bidding process that I think that Sarah would be able to articulate better than myself, and also perhaps discuss a little bit about the protection to our community if a company were to default, how we would balance that risk with a performance bond or a bid bond, or just reduce that risk if that's possible. If Sarah can speak to those things.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you everyone for allowing me to sit in here today. Again, my name is Sarah Hubble. I'm the Client Relations Manager for Canoe Procurement Group of Canada. So Canoe is a not-for-profit, government-owned or public entity group purchasing organization. We operate across Canada, so we are in every province and territory except Quebec. We're working on it, hopefully one day. And we also partner with municipal associations in every province and territory that we're in. So here in Ontario, we're partnered with AMO or LAS, which is their business arm. So similar to how a municipality would go out to procure a fire truck, we follow those same guidelines. So we do post nationally with our RFPs, this one specifically for fire apparatus. It is posted for 40 days on any of the appropriate platforms across the country. So for this specific RFP, it was posted on Mercs. We received 33 responses originally. So that shows you right there that competitive process has been done. We went through the evaluation of the suppliers and then awarded based on what we were looking for. All of the information from our procurement process is posted publicly, whether it's an awarded supplier, someone within the township, or anyone within council that would like to review the RFP, the contract, and the evaluation summary. You can do so by going to our website and downloading those documents. And essentially, it's a service for any of our members to use as much or as little as they'd like. So we have many members who use it for as much as they can. to be a little bit more efficient in their procurement processes, to save time in their procurement, to save money as well, as Chief Churchill has outlined. So it's really at your discretion how you would use the programs that we do have available to our membership.
Thank you.
Thanks, and through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could also just add, so in that rating, as part of the evaluation that we did with the, I would say some of our senior members and some junior members at Puslin Fire and Rescue, as we were looking through the different specifications, and specifically this one, the contract for Maxi, is that they, out of the 33 bids, they have a rating system. So it's not just lowest bid, it's a lot of other criteria, which Sarah might be able to get into, but we were happy to see that Maxi came in at number 5 on the 33. And I know that there was a question about a neighboring department, and the two specs are completely different, and I could get into that, but I would say that that vendor came in a lot closer to the bottom of that list. So when we're looking at the what I'm hearing from the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs group and the Association of Municipalities, these vendors, those anecdotal stories are now, we're able to actually see some numbers based on their rating scale that mimic those I guess reputational things that we're hearing across the industry. So I'm very confident in the vendor that we're suggesting and recommending. And then there's also that piece about that I was just hoping to take a second to highlight, that the standardization of our fleet is so important. And it's not just the look that our trucks are similar. It's the ordering of things like the fluids that we put in the trucks, the windshield wipers, windshields, gaskets, little bits of parts and pieces, tires, they all add up. If we could bulk store some of that stuff, or even just in terms of ordering parts or service is huge. We had our Rescue 35 out of service for 1 day last month. That would have been probably 4 days a week, a month, if we would have had to take it to a shop that's out of the area. So our experience with Maxi has been phenomenal from that standpoint. And I just, and then from the training aspect in terms of familiarity with our staff with the vehicle. As far as some of the differences with this spec from others surrounding municipalities, we have to also remember that as if you want to use Center Wellington as a comparator, they have a pressurized water system in their municipality. We do not. So things that come with a rural pumper that doesn't have pressurized water system is inlets on our truck. So we draft water. So we pull water from static water sources, our dry hydrants, tanker shuttle, things like that. So with that specification, it includes those intakes, discharges that would be different from a fire department that would have a water supply, which also means if we carry more water on our truck, we also need a little bit heavier of a vehicle, which also would include a little bit larger engine. So an engine on its own could be $50,000 between a 380 horsepower to a 500 horsepower, just as an example. So what we're asking for might be a little bit more than when I say a little bit in comparison, still a lot. I understand that. But for those things that we need, that's the difference. And things like on the 401, I'm always concerned about my firefighters or our firefighters working in the dark with fast moving vehicles. So things like Maxi offers LED lighting, and their lighting has lifetime warranty, which, so we get brighter on-scene protection for ourselves and the public, as an example. We also have a unique situation that if we get a fire on the 401, and we do get grass fires from time to time, that we have an ability to pump and roll, we call it, which means that we can move the truck while it's applying water to hit those unique areas that might be harder for us to deploy our vehicles to. Those are just a few of the things. We've also taken into consideration ergonomics. We do have a more diverse workplace here at Puslin that I'm very proud of. And so with that comes things like setting up our trucks so that our heaviest equipment is sitting in a position that's easier for everybody to remove from the truck. And that we're also able to have seating that's appropriate, the size of the truck's important, hose loads. So again, on Maxi's truck, they offer a feature that's a pump under chassis, which means the pump is lower, sitting lower than say a stock truck or just really any other fire truck. And what that does is that allows us to carry more water on the truck, but also opens up more compartment space. We're building a truck for 20 years. Who knows what we'll carry? It feels like every couple of years we're carrying more things. And so by also lowering the pump allows us to put our hose loads lower, which is easier for our staff to grab and to deploy, as well as then allows space to move the hose line from either side of the truck so that we can maximize the length of our hoses. So these are some of the things that we are looking for specifically for Puss Lynch, for the protection of our public, our community passerbys, as well as the protection of our firefighters.
All right, thank you, Chief. Councilor Goyda.
Thank you. Thanks very much for all that detail. I found that actually very helpful. I did ask several questions in advance through the email, and thank you for responding to those. One of the questions that I had was about a comparison of a purpose-built truck versus a stock truck, and in my mind, that would be like hundreds of thousands of dollars cheaper. But what you actually explained was that a stock truck, aside from potentially not being available and compatibility and all that, may actually end up costing more in the end. Is that correct?
Yeah, through Mayor Sealy. Thank you, Councillor Goyda. Great question. So I just wanted to clarify as well. So a purpose-built truck traditionally was called a custom truck, but they're called purpose-built. And a stock truck still is a purpose-built in terms of it has the collision ratings, and it means they've put one in the queue with a standard specification. So meaning that it could still be a purpose-built truck with a Maxi or Dependable or Rosenbauer or whoever, that they just throw them in line because they know they're going to be able to sell them. So one of the issues is that, as an example, let's say a fire department gets in an accident and the truck is destroyed, or for whatever reason it meets the 20 years and they didn't budget correctly, or they don't want to do a prepayment. There may be these trucks that come available. So yes, absolutely. All of those extra provisions to every single one that you want to add to make it more specific to your area costs significant amount of money to change that truck, and sometimes it's just not available. So the other piece, though, is that vendors also know that because of the backlog in fire trucks, that they can also ask more for those purpose-built, stock trucks, and they are selling for more than the purpose-built through an RFP or through Canoo. I hope that answers the question.
I feel like I can add some value to your question. What the councillor is trying to compare is your standard Freightliner chassis truck purchase versus, because the easiest way to tell the difference between the two is if they're a cab over, they got a flat nose, that's a purpose built. What I would have called it a stock truck until he just explained that. So a stock truck in my mind is the one that you see going down the road that could be a bread delivery truck, or it could be a fuel truck, or it could be this or that. It's a commercial vehicle. They put a fire back end on it. And then there's a difference in costing between those two. But then that gets into the component which councillors here asked. It's the safety rating of the cabs is much higher on the square nose truck. So I think with any truck purchase, I am confident you could order a bread delivery truck that looks like a fire truck that would exceed the cost of a purpose-built truck, depending on how you spec the purpose-built truck. So it's very difficult to compare the two. Yeah. But generally speaking, the bread delivery fire truck is cheaper than the purpose-built, but it doesn't offer, it's not apples to apples. Yeah. That's kind of where you were
Yeah.
going with.
And I think I kind of understood that, but I also want the public to.
Yes.
Understand. Why we're going. Also, I just wanted to, so by prepaying, we are saving an additional 10%, which is not incorporated into the projected cost of between 1.1 and 1.2. So in theory, by prepaying, this cost is coming down by roughly $100,000 to $120,000 depending. So we are looking hopefully more at the $1 million mark as opposed to the 1.1, 1.2. Is that correct?
Through Mayor Sealy, to Councillor Goyda, absolutely. So the ask was right in the middle of what the neighboring RFPs were coming at across the county, to be fair, and then to get us some of those things that are specific to our community, and then with the discount, absolutely would get us down closer to that amount. And again, it's, you can pay any percent that you want up front, but to maximize the savings, I'm making the recommendation that we do the full prepayment in 2024 to capitalize on the full 10%. Absolutely.
This is a question probably more so for finance, but just given that the increases are happening so substantially and so quickly, should we be incorporating those increases into both our asset management plan and into our sort of long-term budget?
Yes, Councillor Goyda, we will be, I will be working with the fire department just on ensuring that the fleet in the capital budget and forecast are correctly noted at the higher prices that they're going at currently. We did do a significant increase in some of our fleet as part of our 2023 budget, but we'll look at that again as part of our 2025 budget.
And then the last question, which I don't really know if you can answer this, but the response that Puslinch Fire is responsible for on the 401 specifically, is that a unique situation to Puslinch, or are there many municipalities that have that same sort of situation?
Sure. Through Mayor Sealy, Councillor Goyda, another excellent question. There's many fire departments across Ontario that respond to sections of the 401. They could be career or they could be composite volunteer part-time. Our unique, I guess the unique issue for us is that it's such a long stretch and we are out there daily, as well as one of the things that we struggle with also is we do have, so we have two neighboring departments, Cambridge and Milton, that cover a section through Puslinch, but because of 911 calls on cell phones, sometimes we don't know where they're coming from. And so a lot of the times our resources are getting stretched down over a larger area than even what we would normally cover. So it feels like when I speak to other fire departments, I would say volunteer in our Southern Ontario, it's not that it feels like we do have an increased response in terms of we go to more calls than they do for some reason. And a lot of them are those, looking for something and never finding it. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, but it's not.
Oh, sorry.
Don't go ahead. Sorry.
The reason I'm asking that question is because it seems like some of the increase in costs in our fire vehicles is mainly to do with the crash rating, the LED lights, the things that are important because you're on the 401 all the time. And that's not a township road, that's a provincial highway. So I was just wondering if there was if any other municipality has ever been successful, or if there's any validity to asking the province to help fund what is essentially costing the local taxpayer additional money to buy these upgraded trucks to be able to respond on the provincial highway. I don't know if that's completely, totally out of left field, but.
Yeah, through Mayor Sealy, Councillor Goyda, sorry, I fully understand the question. Very valid point. The Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs are working on that right now. We do have an ability, we do bill for calls on 401 and Highway 6 and other provincial highways, and as well as we are billing for motor vehicle collisions on township roads. So there is some cost recovery. However, we are trying to get some support from the government, especially on those calls that are nothing found or canceled en route. You're absolutely right. And it's not just the 401. And I should have said this, you know, the Highway 6 North, Highway 6 South. These are also, we just have very busy roads, and even just like 32, 34, 35 as an example, we do have high speeds. And so our issue isn't just the 401, it's just people are driving faster. We have a higher volume of traffic going through our municipality. And at the end of the day, it's about firefighter safety, and that if those vehicles are struck, that they're gonna have a higher crash rating, and we want to take every measure reasonable to protect our staff.
That's all my questions.
I'm glad it wasn't a sole source, because it's not a sole source. It actually went through a formal tendering period, RFP, I guess, in this particular case, and you had, you said 31 bids. So I'm really pleased with that. That really provides a good comfort feeling for anybody who's thinking that this is a sole source or single source. It's actually a competitively bid evaluation of manufacturers. You mentioned that the lowest cost manufacturer was not this particular manufacturer. Could you sort of touch on some of the criteria that ruled out the first four?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will take that one, Councillor. So when we go through that tendering process, we don't award based on low bid or low cost. So we evaluate areas such as the company's ability to service members nationally, financial capabilities, marketing, value, and warranty commitments. And actually, the top four that you're referring to before Maxi, those are still awarded on our site. So there are 33 that responded to the RFP. And then based on the evaluation, there are some that are awarded. And then there's a greater range and opportunity for you to connect with any of those top awarded suppliers. So Maxi Metal ranked 5th. We have other suppliers like E1, Spartan that ranked above that. So those ranked higher based on our overall evaluation, and they are awarded and on our website as well.
The other way, the lower ones?
Yeah, well, I'm concerned about the higher priced, the lower priced ones.
Yeah, she's talking about the higher price.
I'm talking about the lower priced.
Sure. So, for example, with some of the lower ones, they just weren't able to meet the requirements that we needed as a national GPO. So we look at some that ranked lower on that evaluation summary, and they just weren't able to provide what we were looking for in terms of warranty, commitment, support to our member base across the country. And then they just ranked lower and weren't able to be awarded through our contract.
Next question. This contract, is it going, are we paying Canoe? Are we paying Maxi Metal directly?
So we have, through you, Mr. Mayor, we have two different types of contracts. With our fire apparatus program, it is invoiced through supplier. So you would communicate with Maxi Metal, you would issue your PO to Maxi Metal. It would not be invoiced to Canoe or PO to Canoe.
Okay, next question is, this title says Maxi Metal, Quebec, Canada, Sabre pumper truck from Commercial Emergency Equipment Company of Delta, BC. So who's the actual manufacturer? Is there a patent here, or that one manufacturer uses to manufacture the other one?
So because we, through you, Mr. Mayor, because we are a national company, our national GPO, our contracts are negotiated at a corporate level, and then each corporate has their suppliers or distributors within each province and territory. So that will change. So the corporate is awarded for Maxi Metal. And then what will happen is they will list their approved distributors or suppliers across the country. So it will change depending on the province and territory you're in. They are listed within the contract as approved suppliers of the Maxi Metal contract.
Okay, so who will be the supplier in that particular case, Quebec or BC?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might ask Brad that because he has his contact. So it depends on
Right, so,
you are.
right, through you, Mr. Mayor. So it is commercial truck of British Columbia. However, their satellite Ontario station, sorry, you know, the fire hall setup is in Woodstock, and so that's who we deal with in Ontario. Is there are I guess vendor for Maxi Metal.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, great. That's all I had. Good work.
Thank you, Councilor Bailey.
Thank you. Maybe just for my interest's sake, out of the 33 responses that went out in the competitive bid, are they all different manufacturing companies? Or would there have been some duplication there?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. So what will happen is we will usually get the manufacturer as a whole that will respond. So for example, we have Rev Group, which holds multiple distributors or dealers underneath their contract. So what will happen is that manufacturer will respond, and then those dealers and suppliers under their contract will then be able to supply through their award.
Okay, no, so follow-up question or a question, if the report states that we would like to try to have the truck in 2025, but because of the delays, it looks like it's going to be more 2026. Is there a way to request any sort of speed up process depending on the corporation's different distribution companies?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the delay that we see in fire trucks is due to chassis allocation. So as a GPO, we are still bound by, you know, those supply chain issues. However, the time that can be saved is the not having to go out for tender, right? So if it's 6 months to do that RFP, you're now shaving that 6 months off of, you know, 18 months to get that fire truck. One thing that we do see a lot with our suppliers is when you have that conversation with them, they will go back and forth. And sometimes there are opportunities for trucks that come in a little bit ahead of schedule. You know, I'm sure Brad could probably speak to his communication with Maxi Metal on that timeline as well. I've seen with other fire departments that they have been in communication of purchasing a truck and something's become available sooner that might not have one or two things that aren't essential, and in turn they've been able to get that truck well before, if it's that 18-month period. I've seen some that have gotten it within 6 months. It really just depends, but that supply chain issue of chassis still affects us. We just save that time in the tendering process.
And then I guess my last question is just for, I guess for Mary. It said that our current truck is valued at 20,000, and I just wondered if that was still accurate.
So that's an estimate just based on how much we've sold these trucks for in the past. Well, I think with the last truck that we sold, the rescue truck, prior to replacing it, we used Gov Deals, and I believe we received more than what we budgeted. So we'll continue to we'll work with the fire department, our fire chief, and our deputy to sell it at the best price that we possibly can.
Great, thank you. Thanks for all your work, Chief.
Have we ensured that it'll fit in the station with our current complement of trucks?
Mr. Mayor, yes, absolutely. We will, that will be a question when we do the pre-build. Absolutely, when we're actually designing the water tank and things like that, we do have a maximum height, maximum length for our station. And we certainly did that with Rescue 35 truck. And that's certainly a concern of mine as well. We've seen that where other departments have bought a truck that no longer fits into the station and they need to build a new station. So Unless we want to build a new station, which I don't think we're going to by 2026, we'll certainly, the design and measurements will consider where it's going to be parked. Thank you.
Okay, just want to make sure that was on record, chief, because you mentioned it has a lower pump and pump and roll capabilities. So does the fire department, or will the fire department be developing a policy about taking that truck off-road? And the reason why I ask that is because there may be a temptation to pump and roll with it. But if historically, the pump was higher up, if this thing has a lower ground clearance, the last thing, you know, we want to see is that thing hitting obstacles. So, you really don't have to answer that, just take that as a takeaway. If this is new, then maybe we need to develop policies or training specific, similar to in my previous life, the aerial, in the municipality to the north of us had a ladder on the back, a man ladder to crawl up the back. And depending on the incline of the driveway, it would get ripped off. So as the operator, I'd be very cognizant of the approaches. So along the same lines, I'd appreciate, depending on how low it is, it may not be lower than anything else in the truck, but please ensure that we do the proper training if that is the lowest part of it. I want to get to the recommendation because I'm not necessarily understanding the whole procurement process. And what I'm worried about is the recommendation just states that we only add 200K. And what happens if you need 200K and $1? Does that mean that we won't be able to prepay this? So, and the other component is, what process do we have to go through to, one of the questions from council was, what securities do we have in place in the sense of whether we won't lose our money? I'm worried that getting through that process will delay us too long to take advantage of the full pre-purchase price. So it's a lot, it's a lot in there I'm throwing in there. But basically what I want to get at is that if we can get a truck for 1.2 or close within reason, that this doesn't get bogged down in coming back to council for $50, or I'm exaggerating, obviously. But I want to make sure we take full advantage of these pre-purchase parts if we're doing that, and also speak a little bit to those, I'm calling them securities, but assurances or bonds, that assurance that we're, you know, if they go bankrupt or something along those lines. I don't know.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start, and then perhaps, I know our chief has had experience in looking at our neighboring municipalities in terms of the them going through prepayment options, and then maybe our director of finance on the actual costing. But I did just want to highlight for council that I am working with the township solicitor on what that bid bond looks like and if it is sufficient to mitigate the risk associated with the prepayment. So part of the recommendation that staff have put forward is that the prepayment authorization from council would be subject to the township and its solicitor being satisfied that bond does mitigate the township's risk, as you've mentioned.
The other part.
And our director of finance might be able to comment a little bit better on how we've worded the resolution around an additional 200,000 in funding, and how we would manage if, you know, we're at this time, we don't have detailed costing. We're still looking at estimates.
Yes, so the 200,000 was just based on an estimate with my work with the interim fire chief, but I do agree that we don't want to keep bringing this back to council. So what is the maximum amount that council would be okay with in terms of the additional funding?
So that's where I had heard early in your report, chief, that we were being asked to approve 1.5 mil. And that wasn't my understanding, which is fine. But then when Councilor Goyda was doing the question line, it was 1.2 minus the savings. So I agree with the director of finance. We need to have a ceiling so that this process doesn't get delayed. So I don't know if you can help us with that.
Yeah, through the mayor. So sorry, we weren't asking for 1.5. We're asking for 1,150,000, and that's before the prepayment option, and that will get us, and I think that that would be the ceiling, and it would be a staff's job when they build the quote, that it means that we would have to start cutting some things. But the longer we delay, then absolutely, we just saw it with our neighbors, it increased by $100,000 on a truck that was already built within 6 months. So we're outpacing the budget here. So I could have said, oh, well, we can get it close to $1 million. I'm being realistic that the design of the truck will be at $1,150,000 max, hopefully less. And then if we agree to do the prepayment, that's when I believe that the savings, we can get it down to something less.
So Ms. White Fox, the assurance around the bond, what's the timeline for that?
So through Mr. Chair, I've sent a sample bond from another from Guelph Moss, actually, who went through a similar process to our lawyer. They're reviewing it currently. So I envision if there are any sort of red flags or things that the solicitor or staff are uncomfortable with, that's when we would come back to council. But subject to council's approval today, if that is all satisfactory, then we would proceed forward, subject to council's approval on pricing and the purchasing options.
If it comes back at 1.2, so up 50,000, is staff able to approve that, or does that have to come back to us at that level?
So through Mr. Chair, what I'm hearing from our fire chief is that we're looking at sort of a ceiling around 1.15 without the discounts being applied. So as a suggestion, if we could set sort of our ceiling at that 1.15, which I think is reflective of the 200,000, knowing that, if we do start creeping a little bit too close to that, as our chief has mentioned, it may mean that we need to take some things off or readjust what we're looking for. So I think that's the intent today, that if we could make that 200,000 the ceiling, and then certainly if there's anything that comes up related to concerns with the prepayment option, or really significant concerns around budget with it coming in over that amount, we would be coming back to council.
So Chief, I see you nodding your head, so you're comfortable with the ceiling being proposed at the 1.15?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. I'm confident. We've analyzed other departments. It would mean we'd have to move on it though and get it going within the next few weeks. Otherwise, based on the trends of the last 6 months, absolutely, with delay, we'll be coming back, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months.
So a lot discussed there. I'll just go one portion.
Yeah, no, if that's the ceiling that the chief is anticipating now, I'd say let's get it going before the price goes up again.
I echo Councilor Boyer's comments.
Okay. And it sounds like the design of the truck, you're going to be working with the admin side as well. This is not just exclusively determined over at the fire hall. So is that a fair statement?
Mr. Mayor, absolutely. We're going to stay close to the Sabre spec that we chose, and adding the features that we feel are the needs, not the wants of our firefighters. And absolutely, we have technical experts that we also bring in from outside to get this going. So we're not creating a specialty truck. It's just going to be the things that we feel that we need to add as provisions.
But Miss, you're in on those.
Yep, so through Mr. Chair, we will work collaboratively with the fire department. Finance will be will be significantly involved in the process, as well as the other officers, yeah.
All right, so what do you have?
So I've just made one slight revision to the recommendation that we saw in the report, and it came from a comment from Councillor Sepoulis about the single source. Just hearing a little bit more from Canoe and how that process went. I've just removed the word single source and just that council authorizes the purchase through Canoe. So I'm just hoping council is agreeable to that slight amendment.
Yeah, I am.
Absolutely, because
It's not, I wrote it down here too.
it doesn't raise the red flag. As soon as I saw it,
Right, so that council or that report FIR 2024-001 entitled award for the purchase of a replacement of pump 31 truck be received, and that council authorize additional funding required of $200,000 from the 2025 forecasted budget for the replacement of pump 31 truck to be funded by the asset management discretionary reserve, and that council authorize the replacement of pump 31 truck through the cooperative purchasing program through the local authority services LAS Canoe Procurement Group of Canada, and that council authorizes the purchase through Canoe for a purpose-built maxi metal of Quebec, Canada Sabre pumper truck from Commercial Emergency Equipment Co. of Delta BC, and that council authorizes the prepayment option for the replacement of pump 31 truck, subject to the township being satisfied with the terms and conditions of this option.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spoolis, second by Councillor Goyda. Anything further? All in favor? One other off-topic question before we move on. The response to the 401, are we mandated to do that? Or is it customary? I know we get paid, but does anybody know the answer to that? Because
We didn't.
well, I'm just,
Oh, no, then you wouldn't get $90,000 worth of revenue.
I know, but it brings up an interesting point, Councillor Goyda, that our taxpayers are incurring X amount of cost. Not primarily, but a big portion of it is for that highway, and I think we need to have an angle at some point to be requesting that hourly fee be more representative, but it sounds like the chiefs are working on it, but I like your angle on that, so I'll leave it be for now. Chief?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to thank council and the mayor for their support on this. This is gonna create extra safety for our community as well as our firefighters for years to come. I'd also like to thank our colleagues, Sarah and Tony was on the line as well from Canoe Canada for joining and supporting us with this proposal. So thank you.
Good work. All right, next one is the chief as well. Oh, I'd like to do the chief, then we cut them loose.
Sure.
The one, yeah. Sorry, chief, I was in your interest, I'm trying to cut you loose, so we'll do 9.1.2 and then we'll break. Assuming he's presenting it. Go ahead, chief.
Okay, thank you. This is another exciting project from the fire department. I'd like to thank first off Chief Fire Prevention Officer Brent Smith for bringing this forward. He's been very passionate for a number of years about identifying lightweight buildings within our community for primarily the protection of our firefighters. So just in summary, we're looking at implementing a bylaw that's going to allow us to put an identification emblem on all of our commercial, industrial, multifamily, residential occupancies, indicating the truss type or lightweight floor and roof components. And this is for the protection of our firefighters on arrival. When we arrive on scene, we don't always know what type of construction is behind the materials that are used. And for example, truss systems that are built with lightweight construction materials, once they're exposed to direct flame and high heat, they fail extremely quickly, sometimes less than 5 minutes. And as I mentioned, these building components are not always visible upon entry of a structure because they're lightweight and they're hidden by finishing materials and ceiling tiles. We have increased our pre-fire planning training with our firefighters, so we're becoming familiar with the buildings within our coverage area. We do have some growth, so we're finding it difficult as new buildings are built so quickly that we can't always get in, and they're covered up before we're able to do that on our training schedule with all of the other training that we do. So we're coupled with the identification is some training. But we did have a few years back, we did have 2 firefighters, 2011, that were killed in Listowel while fighting a dollar store fire where a lightweight truss system was exposed to fire and collapsed. So we definitely don't want that anywhere in Ontario. And so we'd like to be proactive and not only do this on the new buildings, but also do it on existing buildings, so that for the cost and the effort for our firefighters, it is minimal, that we are protecting them again to the best of our ability. So we're looking for council's support to approve this bylaw and move forward with the program.
The report FIR 2024 001 entitled enactment of bylaw that allows for the identification of truss and lightweight floor and roof components in certain new and existing buildings in the township be received, and the council gives 3 readings to bylaw 2024-013, being a bylaw to require the identification of truss and lightweight construction in commercial, industrial, and residential occupancies with 3 or more dwelling units. And the council authorized the purchase of truss identification emblems to be installed on existing and new commercial and industrial buildings and multifamily dwellings of 3 or more units, not including townhouses, that are constructed with truss and lightweight floor and roof components.
All right, can I get a move for that? Councilor Goyda?
Yeah.
Spose? Questions or comments for the chief? Goyda?
I think this is a great program, a great idea. The only question that I have is, this is being proposed for commercial, industrial, and multi-family residential. But I'm just wondering why, like, some of the single-family dwellings, residences in the township are huge, with huge floor spans. And I know they're using truss systems in there. Is that not a concern to be identified as part of this program? Or is it just assumed that they will have them?
Through Mayor Sealy, Councillor Goyda, excellent question. It's assumed that any new building is built with lightweight components. So when we do pull up to a single dwelling unit, our strategies and tactics are assuming that they are, and they will be, as well as even in a single dwelling, an older unit that's been retrofitted, we approach it from the standpoint that we don't know what retrofits have been made necessarily, that we're going to err on the side of caution and treat those ones. It's the commercial where they're covered up and we don't know. It could be and it might not be. And part of it is you'll have the lightweight flooring, but maybe not the roof structure, which poses different issues. So having it designated on the emblem, and I didn't know if we were able to bring it up just so I can show you what it's going to look like. Is that possible? I can talk through it. Maybe not.
Red fire sign.
Yeah, I can bring it up.
Yeah, it's a red logo, and it's going to tell us it's either going to have an F, meaning lightweight floor, or it'll be a R, which means lightweight roof truss, or an F and an R, which means that it has both lightweight flooring and lightweight roof.
If you just bear with me for one moment, I'll get it up on the screen and.
Sure.
There it is.
Right, so this one would indicate that it has a lightweight floor.
Okay. Get Brad's face back there.
Oh, you want to, okay.
All right, another one?
No, I'm good.
Councilor Spose?
I'm good, thank you.
Councilor Bailey?
I'm good. Thanks for getting this initiative going, and hopefully it'll be helping keep everyone safe.
Yeah, Brad, I'm gonna speak to this, and I'm not against it. I think if it's something you guys want, that's great. But you alluded to it already, that all new homes you consider them lightweight construction. I challenge with what's going to change if you know it's lightweight on the inside. So think of the list. Well, I'm not taking away from the fact that 2 firefighters died in that fire, but coming from the industry, if we pull up and we see smoke, what are we gonna do? We can stand around? So it's nice to know it's lightweight, but I think at a bigger scale, the township should be considering policy on how to deal with fires now. So one part is, we have limited resources. How many bodies do we have? And do we have the true capacity to be doing internal firefighting? Ultimately, the safety of the firefighter, maybe this council, you know, through your review, the new fire chief's review, is we adopt a position where, you know, it has to be the most extreme circumstance for us to go inside. Is it a family trapped? I don't know these things, right? But this just highlights that all new residential construction has some component of lightweight. You're stating that new commercial and that has it, and well, maybe not even new, 2011, when was that dollar store built? That's when the fire was. So I'm supportive of it. I'm glad it can be utilized through your existing budget. But I feel we should be taking a look at our strategies as a whole for the safety of firefighters due to just the geographic location of Puslinch and how far a response is, like one side of the township to the other. I don't know if we should be risking our firefighters' lives going in. Unless it's spelled out that, you know, you have a confirmed viable patient on the inside that is calling for help. Well, there's a saying out there, risk a little for a lot or something like that. So the idea is there is risk associated with your jobs. It's deciding how much risk to do or to take on for the outcome. So I'll leave that with you. I'm supportive of it, but I definitely think staff should be looking at how we are responding to these fires due to the changing construction material and response times, manpower, all the safety requirements, all that good stuff. So can I leave that with you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
You have a mover and seconder. Yep.
Okay, all in favor? That's carried. And I believe that's it for the chief. Okay, thank you for coming in. I believe we're gonna break now, 30?
It's 1:09. What time do you want to come back? For 30 minutes?
Yep,
Yep.
30 minutes max. Back, everyone. Which part of the agenda are we on, Ms. Fox?
I believe we are looking at report 9.3.1 and bridge gas.
All right. There we are. Who's presenting that?
Yep, so it's myself. So through Mr. Chair, this is a follow-up to the February 7th council agenda or council meeting, pardon me, where we had a representative from Enbridge Gas to attend, was to talk about the decision that was issued in December 2023 and the implications that that decision had around natural gas expansion in communities. And so the decision sort of undid the ability for municipalities to have natural gas expansion sort of amortized over a 40-year period and made it so that any capital costs related to infrastructure would need to be paid at the time. So this report was a follow-up to draft a proposed recommendation for council to consider in relation to that decision and the appeal that was lodged. And so since that time, we have received some new information and it is appended to the report as Schedule D. And it's around sort of reversing the decision that was made in December among some other changes that they're recommending to make energy consumption more affordable in the province. So the recommendation listed in the report is quite lengthy. I'm happy to share it on the screen and also read it whenever, Mr. Chair, you're ready for that.
Sure. I'm just thinking, I usually don't do this. I was wondering if council would endorse putting in a bullet referencing that until Ontario makes distribution costs even across Ontario. So where I'm going with that is natural gas is an affordable, welcome you too. Affordable source of energy to rural residents. And what's driving the higher electricity prices in the country is the distribution rates. So until Ontario decides that all Ontarians should pay equally for distribution of power, natural gas is a great option for energy. So I want to word something along that.
So through Mr. Chair, maybe what we could do is rework bullet point 5 in the resolution It currently states that the Township of Plymouth supports the need for equitable electricity delivery rates in rural areas. And maybe just to expand on that, just to indicate that natural gas is an alternative for the rural areas at the moment, because it's bullet point 5 just in the resolution there, because of it is much more affordable given that electricity delivery rates are higher in the rural areas.
My bullet point 5 is different than yours, I think.
Or you just want to have to do.
Oh, I didn't download the new one.
Number 4, there you go.
Okay, however you want to word that, would council be supportive of amending that or putting a component of that into the resolution?
That you're just wanting to further support the need for natural gas by saying that.
Yes, because I feel
In the
electricity,
rural areas, it's more affordable to have natural gas because electricity is more expensive due to the increased delivery rates that as opposed to like someone in a subdivision has.
urban center, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's just electricity is electricity is more expensive out in the rural. That's what makes natural gas appealing, yeah. So my thing is, if they're pushing for electrification of everything across Ontario, they need to address this distribution rate costing, because it's very expensive for us in the countryside. Good?
I'm good with that.
That's really.
Mhm,
Okay.
yeah.
Clears mine.
This is being directed to the OEB. They attached.
And maybe some other municipalities will pick up on that.
So just maybe perhaps adding the statement that so that the Township of Plymouth supports the need for equitable electricity delivery rates in rural areas, and natural gas offers an affordable option for these rural areas at this time.
Yeah, that's good.
And Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to read the resolution, or I'm also happy to answer any questions before that.
Feel you can just show it on the screen at most, and everybody's read the resolution, I believe. So do we have a move for that resolution, please? Councilor Goyette, second by Councilor Spillis. You can share it. Councilor Goyette and Spillis. Last kick of the can. All in favor? That's carried. Get my page back over.
You may just want to correct a typo here.
Yes, Tom.
You got, HONE MPP rate, so you just want to say HONE.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Now 9.3.2. Ms. Henry.
Through Mr. Chair, this report came out of a recommendation from both the Recreation Advisory Committee and the Joint Youth and Rec Advisory Committee, allowing for open gym times at the ORC after an additional facility operator has been recruited. This was a service that the township offered pre-COVID and has not started back up again. And myself, Sarah, or Mike can answer any questions you may have.
All right, want to read the resolution?
Certainly. The report ADM 2024-011 entitled Drop-in Gym Times at the Optimus Recreation Center be received, and the council authorized staff to offer drop-in times at the ORC in support of the Recreation Advisory Committee's request, following the recruitment and training of the additional facility operator as follows. Drop-in youth gym times scheduled on PA days as per the Upper Grand District School Board schedule and the Wellington Catholic District School Board's annual school calendars from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And drop-in parent taught gym on Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and drop-in youth gym times on Thursdays from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Great. Do I have a move for that? Councilor Bailey?
Sure.
Second, Councilor Goya, comments or questions?
I just want to say, first of all, thanks for bringing this forward. This is the sort of initiative that the rec committee has been working on. Not really working on, but it was identified as a goal and objective quite some time ago. So it's nice to see it finally come. And to add also the Thursday drop-in gym time, I think is a really welcome addition as well. For the parent and taught drop-in, that was a suggestion that Councilor Bailey had brought forward. But Councilor Bailey also reminded me yesterday that that particular time runs concurrently with the Whistle Stop program at the community center on Wednesdays. And so given that information, I was wondering if there's any opportunity in changing it to the Tuesday. I don't know what the current rentals are like on Tuesday mornings, but my understanding is Whistle Stop doesn't run on Tuesdays.
Mondays and Wednesdays or something.
Wednesday, Friday. Or Thursday, I guess. Tuesday or Thursday. Just to not take away from another program that's running concurrent.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I believe we went back historically and Wednesdays was when the Parent and Taught was offered prior to the COVID closures. There also is another programming through the Ontario Early Years Center. Their playgroup is on Tuesdays and Thursday mornings as well.
Okay.
But maybe if council has another suggestion.
Okay, so there's something every day, so there's really no day that wouldn't conflict with something.
Council maybe would want to consider a Monday or a Friday morning if there are other community programs happening on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays.
I'll just leave it then. I didn't realize. that,
Okay.
so.
Well, and we can monitor it if it's not getting utilized at all, then we can reevaluate and try maybe an afternoon time. So after the preschool's done on the same day.
Yeah, true. I just think that the Thursday of pickleball is.
Oh, anyways, we'll leave it with you. That's what happens when politicians get involved. Stay out of it. I'm speaking about myself. Okay, all in favor? Oh, did you?
Yeah, I have a comment. Anyway, I'm very excited to see this on the schedule, so that's great. Just one note, I think both school boards have changed a PA day recently due to an eclipse.
Yes, they have.
Coming up. So just making sure we have that date changed. for the
I'm out of the
schedule.
loop on payday, so I can get up on that.
And don't look up on the Friday.
Thank you.
Well, maybe they should be staying home if they're not going to school for the PD day for the eclipse. Should they be
No.
coming to, should we be encouraging them to come to
Yes.
our property?
Yes, and be active, yes, and not look up.
So I have a question, are anything happening special during March break?
Do you, Mr. Chair, no, we don't have any special time allotted for public usage of the gym on March break. I would have to look at and see what the availability would be, as the gym is very highly utilized at this time. So we would have to look at kind of existing rentals and see if there would be an opportunity.
Similar school of thought, we should maybe have staff look at the ice through the day.
What ice?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Swimming.
That would be more likely.
Yeah.
But if there's ice and the gym through the day, I'd maybe take that as an amendment to send them away so that we, for that week.
So through you, Mr. Chair, when the weather cooperates and we're able to be open during March break, we do kind of revert over to a holiday type of schedule for March break, offering far more public programming so that community members can enjoy the rink.
And the gym,
Not the gym, no.
the gym's rented through the day.
Well, we do have consistent rentals through the day from 1 to 4 from Monday to Friday, but there may be an opportunity for a morning.
If there is opportunity, I'd like to suggest that we look at opening up the gym. Is that something to do?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at one day for 2 hours, similar to what's been suggested.
5 days.
All days,
Okay,
but
based on availability at this time.
yeah. All good? Are you amending it?
Yep.
Okay, anything further? No? All in favor? Ms. Carey, please cash cancels for. That's done. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
You're out just as fast as you came in. I won't take it personal.
Do you have a
Personally.
date on Christmas?
So tower's done.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, go
No,
ahead.
it's not the tallest policy we're doing.
Wording the policy.
Oh, sorry, policy 933. Sorry, Councilor Bailey, you had a question?
Just a question to staff, an update on the recruitment of the additional facility operator. Yeah, how is that going?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we are just, as we do with all new recruitments, it's an opportunity to just take a look at that job description, make sure it's fully up to date, any edits we need to make. So we've just sort of completed that process. It's scheduled to be posted, either late this week or early next week, in accordance with our, recruitment policy. So we are looking at, first an internal job posting, for a period of 5 days, and then dependent on how that goes, it could be open to external applicants after that.
Great. Moving along. Thanks.
Good stuff. All right, 933.
So through you, Mr. Chair, this is our radio communication tower and antenna protocol policy. Council recalls this was adopted in December last year. So I think it's great that both council and staff are revisiting our policies and bylaws as needed based on sort of the needs as they come up. And so as this report outlines, through recent applications that we received, it was noted that the public notification process outlined in the policy could use an amendment to require the township to be responsible for the public engagement and mailouts. So as noted in the report, there's a number of reasons why we feel that this is a suggested amendment. The public may be more likely to open mail if it's received from the township. They may not recognize a third-party telecommunication company. They may not understand what they're being notified about. So putting the township sort of responsible for that process, I think has a number of benefits for the public, and to ensure that the public consultation process is conducted in accordance with the policy. So the suggested revisions are outlined in the report, and the policy is attached, and we're just seeking council direction to formally amend it.
So read the recommendation, please.
The council receives report ADM 2024-012 regarding the proposed radio communication tower and antenna protocol policy amendment, and that council approve the amendments either as presented or amended.
You move that, please. Council Goyda, second by Council Bailey. All right, go ahead.
I have no questions. It's good.
I'm good. We're recognizing the pitfalls and shortcomings and we're addressing.
Council Bailey.
Yeah, just a question. It's actually not about the amendments that have been provided, but just in light of our recent submission. I'm just wondering if there's an option to require an applicant to give a set number of sort of proposed different sites to a minimum number. So whether we can say we'd like to see a minimum of 5 sites that have been investigated, and then rationale to why it didn't work out. Is there a way to add kind of a minimum number?
So through Mr. Chair, I think that's certainly something staff could take away and bring back a recommendation in the future. I would like to note as well that these applications are subject to our mandatory pre-consultation process, which may, through that process, flush out, it should flush out exhaustive site selection process, but certainly as we work through it, that's something to keep in mind to bring back and formalize.
Great.
All right, as presented, all in favor? All right, that's carried. All right. Moving on to council reports. Any council reports? What did I write down? Do you guys have anything first? All right, so at an organization present to the Economic Development Committee at the county, call themselves Royal City Science, and they are looking for a home for a science center. And they've received grant money to do a feasibility study. Now, the grant money is coming from 2 different sources. I forget the details on where it comes from, but that's all good. They've been looking for a home along the 401 somewhere. They think Puslinch may be a good location, so this feasibility study will look in our area, so I think that's great news. They're taking a look at some aggregate operations that are either come to fruition or are nearing the end of their operations. So with that in mind, I've been working with this group along with Councillor Ballmer for I almost want to say 2 years, but it's been a while. And we had the housing symposium in Guelph. A gentleman was from, oh my gosh, I'm gonna butcher the name. I think it's Crow's Lodge of Waterloo. They're a outdoor focused Indigenous healing center. And yeah, they focus on going back to their roots for healing. And he had mentioned that they're looking to expand in this area, so I connected the two. Royal City Science and should look up the proper name for the minutes, but that's okay. And it's my understanding through the email chain they met yesterday, but just, you know, trying to connect some dots. May see a presentation here at council once that feasibility study is complete and they maybe hone in on sites, and I feel they're going to need support some way or another, hopefully not too much monetarily, but yeah, so that'd be very exciting if we could get the home of the Royal City Science and another Indigenous outdoor-based healing. I'm calling it a lodge, that may be the wrong terminology, but so that's great. I don't think anything else, so.
Question, Mr. Mayor, it's Crow Shield Lodge.
Crow Shield Lodge,
That's right. What's Royal City Science about, and what sort of footprint are they looking at in terms of building size, property size?
Good question. Probably better answered by Joanne, but it's gonna sound so silly, but high level, just science-based. And my understanding is not, you know, 100 acres. It's just basically a small, I don't want to call it commercial to hold us to that, but I'm just thinking that some sort of light industrial type facility. We were discussing putting piles in a lake and the science center being over top of the lake, because it's a lot of these aggregate pits are just lake. And then I've also connected them with Zumi Aqua Farming, because they're looking for a home. So we're trying to make 3 people find a home. So then the science center can study the fish and the aquaculture part of it, and then you have the healing component. They have preliminary ideas of what they need. It's been 2 years. I believe they are starting small and they want to have the ability to expand, but I mean, the number to build that was being floated around was pretty substantial. It's gonna be a giant hurdle, you know, 40, 50 million to build this center, but right now they're just trying to get a home, the okay, and then start seeking out partnerships to, and I don't believe they even think we're a partnership. We're a partnership in the sense of helping them through zoning compliance, through that type of the process, but I hope that answers. It's still pretty high level. The biggest hurdle they have right now is finding a home.
Just, I don't know what they need or what's available, but it may be worth connecting them or looking into that property you were speaking to earlier in Aberfoyle across from the mill.
I feel, across from the mill.
The one that.
The dilapidated one? Yeah, I will. I feel like it might be too small. Like I'm thinking the size of a municipal office kind of facility, but you know what? Keep it in mind, because I feel that once they're done their feasibility study, we're gonna see them here. And then we're gonna have a better idea of the size. It's one of the professors, a professor from the university, 2 professors from the University of Guelph. And the one fella is like a magician type guy. So he's interesting. He's don't take this wrong way. He has a lot of tattoos and things. So the very first time I met him, I'm like, it's not what I was expecting, but wonderful individual. And he's on YouTube. So he's one of those guys that does, you know, tricks and things to help promote science, and it's fantastic. So, but yes, I believe their footprint is going to be somewhat substantial, but definitely an option. I think that's all.
Nothing. That was family day.
Well, Family Day was awesome at the PCC. They had the magic show there as well. Optimus did a great job. Postage Fire and Rescue was there. ECDEV was there. You know, as a whole, the whole corporation came together to help. So lots of people out. It was a huge success, I thought. Lots of people playing on that new park.
Yeah.
Lots of kids playing in the new park, which was pretty cool to see. What else? Anything?
Park's been busy after school too.
Yeah. Let's get along. It's great.
So was the other part.
Good. Nice. Yeah, the kids are loving it. Yeah, I think that's it for me. I'll probably think about it after. Mover, mover and seconder to receive that wonderful.
Council member over.
Okay. Councilor Bailey, Councilor Spoulos, all in favor, boom. All right. I lost Miss White Fox.
That the following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2024-009 being a bylaw to appoint Planning and Development Advisory Committee and Committee of Adjustment and Property Standards Committee member.
Mover for that, please, Councilor Spoulos.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I have one more bylaw to read. I barely got through that one. And bylaw 2024-013 being a bylaw to establish lightweight construction identification emblems.
All right, so moved by Councilor Spoulos, second by Councilor Goida, all in favor? That's carried. Oh, any announcements? Family Day, it's done, all right. Oh, we are going to close, I forgot about that, okay.
The council shall go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of a confidential report prepared by staff regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And this is relating to the Volunteer of the Year Award nominations.
Moved, Councilor Bailey, Councilor Spoulos, all in favor? Carried. Not closed.
The council moves into open session at 2:10 p.m.
Move for that, Councilor Goida, Councilor Bailey, all in favor? Carried.
That council receives a confidential report prepared by staff regarding personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, regarding the Volunteer of the Year Award nominations, and that staff proceed as directed.
Mover, please, Councilor Spoulos, Councilor Bailey, all in favor? Carried. Any business arising from the closed session? None. You know some motion? None. New business. We got something. I don't know if it's the right spot. So in the community, I've heard that due to the closure of 34 on the Hanlon, once the mid-block is complete, that there's this looming emergency response crisis to the west side of the township. I'd like to have staff start the process of reviewing if there is a concern, and come back to council ahead of the closure of 34 with recommendations, either whether we need to change anything or whether it's fine. At a high level, because now the fire truck's gonna leave here, head west. When the road is closed, the travel distance will be go up to the mid-block, we'll cross the Hanlon, come back down. That's the difference of response. But in my mind, you have to recognize that the truck will be going lights and sirens. So that it's not as if you're going to be stuck by traffic and waiting for stoplights and things of that nature. So the impact may be negligible. But I'd like to get ahead of it before the closure, because there is an opportunity. I had a high level conversation with the mayor of Cambridge that they'd be willing to assist us in response times if there's a concern. This does not mean in perpetuity coverage of the west side of Bushlands by Cambridge Fire as well. This just means while we may have a response delay, rather, okay, that makes sense?
Yeah, can you just clarify, though? 34 is not being closed, so there's still access to the west side of the township. Where is that?
They're closed. Bridge, when they construct the bridge. Yeah, it'll be closed for a bit. So.
Oh, during the construction bit, not like permanent,
Correct.
just the construction part of it. Oh,
Right.
sorry, I was
So-
misunderstanding.
However, I don't even remember how long they forecast that closure. for that bridge, but just a little nudge. It's work. Okay. So that's anything else from business for anybody else? Confirmatory bylaw, please.
That the following bylaw, oh no, okay. I thought we were muted, sorry about that. That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2024-014 being bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the township of Cliff Lynch's meeting held on the 28th day of February 2024.
Mover, please. Councillor Spillis, Councillor Bailey, all in favor? That's carried. And adjournment, please.
Council hereby adjourns at 2:13 PM.
Mover, please. Councillor Spillis, Councillor Goida, all in favor? That's adjourned. Good job, everyone. Thank you.